Welcome to Crime for Sleep. Before we begin, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1, the renovation crew had been tearing up the old hardwood when they found a cell phone buried beneath the floorboards. The casing was cracked, the screen shattered, but when the detective powered it on, the gallery opened immediately. Hundreds of photos, some blurry, some too dark to make out, but as they scrolled, the images became clearer. Faces, bedrooms, hallways. Then the last image taken from inside someone's closet, the slats of the door framing a bed. And in that bed, the current homeowner, fast asleep. Detective Laurel Morgan stood in the half-demolished living room of 1421 Oakwood Drive, the cool October air drifting through the plastic sheeting that covered the windows. Outside, yellow crime scene tape fluttered gently in the breeze, creating a soft, rhythmic sound that mingled with the distant calls of birds preparing for winter's approach. The house had been silent for hours now, the construction crew sent home, their tools laying abandoned amid piles of splintered wood and sawdust. The cell phone rested in an evidence bag on Morgan's palm, its weight somehow heavier than its small size would suggest. She turned it over slowly, watching how the late afternoon light caught on the bag's plastic surface. The homeowner, Alina Winters, sat on the only piece of furniture remaining in the room, a worn leather armchair that had been pushed against the wall. Her fingers moved methodically, twisting and untwisting the silver ring on her middle finger. "I've lived here for 3 years," Alina said, her voice barely above a whisper. 3 years, and I never knew, never thought. The detective nodded, letting the silence expand between them. There was no need to rush the moment. The evidence technicians had already photographed everything, collected samples from beneath the floorboards, documented the exact position where the phone had been discovered. Now was the time for questions, for the slow unraveling of a mystery that had been literally underfoot all this time. "The previous owners," Morgan began, her tone measured and calm. "Do you know much about them?" Alina shook her head. The Hendersons, they were an older couple, moved to Florida for retirement. The realtor handled everything. I never met them. Morgan made a note in her small leather-bound notebook, the scratch of her pen against paper creating a gentle, familiar sound. She'd been a detective for 15 years, but cases like this, the ones that emerged unexpectedly from the mundane, always carried a particular weight. There was something about secrets hidden in plain sight that resonated with people, that made them wonder about their own homes, their own floorboards, their own presumptions of safety. The phone had been cheap, a prepaid model from at least 5 years ago. No SIM card, but the internal memory remained intact. Whoever had placed it there hadn't expected it to be found, or perhaps hadn't cared if it was. The photos spanned 3 months according to their timestamps, April through June of 2019. Each one was taken from somewhere inside this house when the Hendersons still lived here. Watching, always watching. "We'll need to interview the Hendersons," Morgan said, more to herself than to Alina. "Find out if they knew someone was in their house taking these pictures." But even as she said it, a growing certainty settled in her stomach. The photos weren't taken by an intruder. The angles were too familiar, too comfortable. They were taken by someone who belonged in the house, someone who knew its rhythms, its quiet moments, its vulnerabilities. The forensics team called from the upper floor. They'd found something else, a small hole drilled in the master bedroom closet wall, perfectly positioned to view the bed. Fresh paint had covered it, but the renovation work had revealed its presence. More holes appeared throughout the house as the day progressed, in the bathroom wall behind the shower, in the guest room overlooking the desk, in the kitchen with a view of the dining table. As twilight settled over the neighborhood, Morgan stood on the front porch, watching as Alina was escorted to a hotel by a uniformed officer. The house would be a crime scene for days, possibly weeks. Every inch of the walls would need to be examined, every possible hiding place investigated. The silent observer who had once inhabited these spaces had been methodical, patient. Back at the station, Morgan spread the printed photos across her desk. The lighting in the room was dim, just her desk lamp casting a warm glow over the evidence. Outside her window, the city lights twinkled against the darkening sky. She sorted the images chronologically, watching as a story slowly emerged through frozen moments. The Hendersons at breakfast, the Hendersons watching television, the Hendersons arguing in the kitchen, the Hendersons entertaining guests. But there was something else in nearly every photo. Mrs. Henderson appeared tense, her shoulders slightly raised, her smile never quite reaching her eyes. And in the background of several images, partially obscured but unmistakable, a young man, perhaps in his late 20s. Their son, Morgan presumed, though he wasn't mentioned in any of the property records. Phone records confirmed it 3 days later. The Hendersons had a son, Daniel, 27 at the time the photos were taken, currently serving 5 years for stalking and harassment of a former girlfriend. The timing matched. He'd been arrested in July 2019, just after the photos stopped. But before his arrest, he'd been living with his parents after losing his job, living in the house at 1421 Oakwood Drive. Morgan drove to the Florida retirement community where the Hendersons now lived. Their new home was bright and airy, with large windows and no shadowed corners. Mrs. Henderson's hands trembled as she poured iced tea, the glass pitcher clinking against the tumblers. "We thought we'd left it all behind," she said, her voice stronger than her shaking hands would suggest. "We sealed up the holes. We replaced the floorboards where he'd hidden things. We painted everything. We thought we really believed we could just cover it up." Mr. Henderson stared out at the palm trees swaying in the Florida breeze. "We never told the realtor. How could we, who would buy a house where—" He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The truth emerged slowly, like water seeping through cracks. Daniel Henderson had been watching his parents. Then he'd started watching the neighbors. His obsession grew until he was arrested for stalking a woman who lived 3 doors down. But before that, he'd turned their home into a surveillance hub, drilling peepholes, hiding cameras, documenting everything. When Alina Winters moved into 1421 Oakwood Drive, she became his new subject. The final photo on the phone, the one of her sleeping, had been taken just days before Daniel's arrest. A last act of invasion before his world collapsed. Daniel refused to speak to Morgan when she visited him in prison. He sat across from her, eyes fixed on some middle distance, a half-smile playing on his lips. He didn't need to speak. The photos, the holes in the walls, the phone beneath the floorboards, they told his story clearly enough. Back at 1421 Oakwood Drive, the renovation continued. The floors were replaced, the walls were repaired, fresh paint covered old secrets. Alina decided to stay, refusing to let fear drive her from her home. But sometimes late at night, when the house settles and creaks as old houses do, she finds herself looking at the walls, wondering what else might be hidden within them, what other secrets might be sleeping just beneath the surface, waiting to be awakened. Story 2. The house had been empty for years, its windows covered in a thick layer of dust. When the real estate agent walked in, he expected silence, stillness. Instead, he found something else. On the largest window in the living room, someone had wiped away the dust in long, careful strokes, revealing a single name. It wasn't the name of the previous owner. It wasn't in the records. But when he spoke it out loud, the whisper came from behind him. "Finally, you found me." Martin Reeves had been selling houses in Oakwood County for 23 years. The Victorian on Elm Street was just another listing, another commission until that February morning when the weak winter sun filtered through those grimy windows, illuminating the carefully traced letters in the dust. Eleanor. The name hung there, suspended in particles of time, almost glowing in the pale light. The whisper that followed wasn't human. It was the house itself, the slight creaking of floorboards responding to the weight shifting beneath his feet as he turned, the gentle settling of an old structure that had stood empty through too many seasons. Martin would later tell Detective Sarah Linden that he felt a presence in that moment, something watching from the shadows of the high-ceiling corners where cobwebs hung like forgotten memories. The Eleanor case, as it came to be known, began with that name on the window, not with a body, not with blood, just 7 letters carved from accumulated time and neglect. Detective Linden's leather-bound notebook documented her first impressions in careful, measured handwriting, property vacant 4+ years. Last owners, Richard and Catherine Simmons, moved to Florida 2018. No record of anyone named Eleanor associated with property. Detective Linden moved through the house with deliberate steps, the sound of her boots against the hardwood creating a slow, steady rhythm. The air inside was still, holding its secrets close. Upstairs, the detective found 3 bedrooms, all empty except for the occasional forgotten item, a single earring on a windowsill, a child's drawing taped to a closet door, showing a stick-figure family of 3. No one named Eleanor appeared in the property records going back 50 years. "I need you to tell me exactly what happened after you saw the name," Linden said to Martin, her voice low and measured as they sat at her desk in the precinct. Outside, a gentle rain had begun to fall, creating a soft, constant backdrop to their conversation. Martin's fingers tapped lightly against the ceramic mug of cooling coffee. I felt cold suddenly, not the normal cold of an empty house in winter, but something deeper. His voice trailed off as he searched for the right words. I took a picture of the name with my phone, standard procedure for anything unusual in a property I'm listing. The photograph became the first piece of evidence. In it, the name appeared to glow slightly, though Detective Linden attributed this to the angle of the morning light. The forensics team found no fingerprints on the glass, only smudges where dust had been deliberately removed. The house had been securely locked. The alarm system, though outdated, showed no record of entry. 3 days into the investigation, local historian Edward Mills brought forward a newspaper clipping from 1963. It mentioned an Eleanor Blackwood, age 7, who had gone missing from that very neighborhood. The search had centered several blocks away, and the house on Elm Street had never been investigated. The case had gone cold after months without leads, becoming one of those tragic, unresolved mysteries that occasionally resurface in local papers on sad anniversaries. The sound of archive boxes being placed on the table echoed softly in the records room as Detective Linden revisited the Blackwood disappearance. The yellowed pages of the original case file crackled gently beneath her careful touch. Photographs of a smiling child with dark braids and missing front teeth, interview transcripts with distraught parents, maps of search areas, none of which included the Victorian on Elm Street. The connection was tenuous, circumstantial, yet something about it resonated with a certainty that logic couldn't dismiss. Detective Linden arranged for ground-penetrating radar of the property. The technicians worked methodically, their equipment humming softly as it scanned beneath the surface of the overgrown backyard. The garden had once been beautiful, according to neighbors, with roses and hydrangeas carefully tended by owners long since departed. When the radar revealed an anomaly beneath where a garden shed had once stood, the excavation began with solemn purpose. The sound of shovels against earth created a rhythm like a heartbeat, slow and inevitable. Detective Linden stood watching, her breath visible in the cold air, hands clasped tightly behind her back. What they found wasn't what anyone expected. Not human remains, but a small metal box sealed against time and the elements. Inside, wrapped carefully in faded blue fabric, was a child's diary with Alina written on the first page in careful, childish script, and alongside it, a locket containing a photograph of a family, not the Blackwoods. The diary entries painted a picture of a child who had never officially existed. Alina Davis, born to the home's former caretakers who had lived in the garden cottage, now long demolished. A child kept secret due to complications in the caretaker's employment arrangement. A child who, according to the final diary entry, had fallen ill one winter and passed away quietly, buried by grieving parents who feared losing their positions and home if their unauthorized child was discovered. They wanted someone to know she existed, Detective Linden said softly during the case's closing briefing. They wanted Alina to be remembered, so they wrote her name where it would eventually be found. The whisper Martin Reeves heard remained unexplained. Perhaps it was just the house settling, perhaps imagination sparked by an unexpected discovery. Or perhaps, in some small way, a child who had lived and died in secret had finally found a voice. The Alina case was officially classified as a historical discovery rather than a crime investigation. The remains, never found, were presumed to have been moved when the garden cottage was demolished decades ago. But the name on the window had accomplished what was perhaps always intended. It ensured that Alina was, at last, acknowledged. In the years that followed, visitors to the house occasionally reported seeing the name appear on windows after particularly foggy mornings, though no one ever managed to capture this phenomenon in photographs. The current owners neither confirm nor deny these stories, but they did place a small garden stone near where the cottage once stood. It bears a single word, carved in simple letters, remember. Story 3. The evening light filtered through the half-drawn blinds of apartment 4B, casting long shadows across Sarah Mitchell's new living room. 3 weeks had passed since she'd signed the lease on what the landlord, Mr. Kavanaugh, had repeatedly called a steal for a 3-bedroom in this neighborhood. The air still carried the faint chemical smell of fresh paint, but beneath it lingered something else, something older and more persistent. Sarah moved through the space with deliberate steps, her socked feet silent against the refinished hardwood floors. The layout had struck her as odd from the beginning, a spacious living room that opened to a modest kitchen, a hallway leading to 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. Just 2 bedrooms, not 3. When she'd mentioned this discrepancy to Mr. Kavanaugh on moving day, he'd squinted at her through wire-rimmed glasses, insisting the property records clearly listed 3 bedrooms. "Always has been that way, Miss Mitchell," he'd said, tapping his clipboard with a yellowed fingernail. "Since 1967. The property manager had simply shrugged when Sarah raised the issue again, suggesting that perhaps the 3rd bedroom had been converted into the unusually large walk-in closet off the master bedroom. But as Sarah settled into her new home, something about the measurements nagged at her. The distance between her bedroom and the spare room seemed too great, as if a slice of the apartment existed in a space she couldn't access. Detective Ellis Haywood leaned back in his chair at the precinct, the case file for apartment 4B spread before him like a puzzle missing its centerpieces. This wasn't the first time the Westbrook apartments had appeared in police records. His weathered fingers traced the edge of a black and white photograph from 1972, a young woman smiling in front of the same building, 3 months before she disappeared without a trace. The detective's attention returned to Sarah Mitchell's statement, recorded 2 days ago. Her voice on the tape possessed a quality that unsettled him, clinical and precise, not the usual shock or confusion he'd expect from someone who had discovered what she had. I first noticed it about 2 weeks after moving in, Sarah's recorded voice explained, the tape hissing softly between her words. The wall between the hallway and my bedroom closet, it sounded different when I knocked on it, hollow in some places, solid in others, and it was colder than any other wall in the apartment. Ellis pressed pause on the recorder and sipped his lukewarm coffee, the precinct humming with distant conversations and ringing phones. Outside his window, the October rain painted the city in reflective grays and blues. He pressed play again. I became fixated on it, Sarah continued. I started measuring the apartment, comparing it to the floor plan Mr. Kavanaugh had provided. There was a discrepancy of nearly 80 square feet, a space that should have been there but wasn't. The detective had seen the photographs taken by the forensic team, the careful grid marks Sarah had made on the hallway wall with blue painter's tape, the small holes she'd drilled in a perfect line across the drywall. What came next in her statement made the hairs on the back of his neck rise despite his 20 years on the force. Last Tuesday night, I pressed my ear against the wall and heard breathing, not mechanical like a ventilation system, human breathing, shallow, rhythmic, then a soft tapping like fingernails against the other side of the drywall. Sarah had initially contacted the building manager, who dismissed her concerns as old building noises and refused to investigate further. After 3 sleepless nights, she called a contractor without the management's approval. The contractor arrived with a specialized camera designed to see inside walls typically used to locate pipes and electrical wiring. What they found required immediate police intervention. Detectives Ellis and Morales stood in the hollow space that had once been concealed behind a false wall, a room just under 7 feet wide and 12 feet long, with no windows or doors. A space that didn't exist on any blueprint or floor plan. The air inside remained stagnant, trapped for what forensics later determined to be approximately 9 years. The room contained a narrow cot, a small table, and a plastic bucket, and in the corner, wrapped carefully in a blue tarp, they discovered the remains of Eliza Cortez, reported missing in 2016. Beneath the floorboards, they found 2 more sets of remains, their identities still being processed through dental records and DNA testing. Mr. Kavanaugh, age 76, had owned the building since 1965. His meticulous records, kept in leather-bound ledgers in his basement office, showed a curious pattern. Apartment 4B had been rented out 17 times in the past 30 years, with each tenant breaking their lease early, citing personal reasons or unexpected relocation. When authorities arrived at Kavanaugh's residence to question him, they found his front door unlocked and his car missing. A nationwide alert was issued for his vehicle, but 6 days later, it was discovered abandoned at a bus terminal in Cincinnati, the keys still in the ignition. As Detective Ellis Haywood completed his preliminary report, one detail continued to disturb him more than the others. Sarah Mitchell's final statement described how, on the night before she called the contractor, she had pressed her palm flat against the wall and felt a pressure from the other side as if someone had placed their hand in the exact same position, separated only by a half-inch of drywall. Kavanaugh remains at large. The investigation continues. An apartment 4B at the Westbrook stands empty, its hallway now open to reveal a room that, according to every official document, never existed at all. Sometimes at night, the officers stationed outside the building swear they can hear tapping coming from inside the walls, a gentle, persistent sound like fingernails searching for a way out, or perhaps, more disturbingly, for a way back in. Story 4, it was the only thing left in the abandoned house. A leather suitcase, scuffed and faded, sitting alone in the attic corner. The officers expected old clothes, forgotten trinkets. Instead, they found folders, dozens of them, filled with newspaper clippings, police sketches, missing persons reports, each page carefully annotated in red ink. But it wasn't until they reached the last folder that the air in the room turned cold. There, clipped to the final page, was a single Polaroid. A photo of the officer holding the suitcase, taken just minutes before he opened it. Detective Sarah Mercer placed her coffee mug on the edge of her desk, the ceramic making a soft, hollow sound against the wood. The case file lay before her, a collection of contradictions that had kept her awake for 3 nights straight. The missing homeowner, Edwin Graves, had disappeared 6 weeks earlier. His neighbors described him as quiet, unremarkable, a man who left for work each morning at exactly 7:15 and returned each evening at 6:05, his routine as precise as clockwork. The house itself held few clues. Dishes were washed and put away. Mail was sorted neatly on a small table by the door. The only unusual element was the absence of personal items, no photographs, no mementos. It was as if Edwin Graves existed solely in the present tense, with no past to document his journey through life. And then there was the suitcase. Officer Daniel Reed had been the first to discover it, tucked away in the shadow of a dormer window in the attic. The leather was worn but well cared for, the brass latches polished despite years of use. When he radioed in his discovery, his voice had been steady, professional. That changed after he opened it. "The contents make no sense," he had reported, his voice lower, more hesitant. "It's like someone's been collecting evidence from dozens of cold cases. Some of these clippings go back 20 years. Sarah picked up a photograph of the suitcase's contents, spread across the evidence table like a bizarre collage. The newspaper articles covered unexplained disappearances from towns across 3 states. The police sketches, some yellowed, with age-depicted suspects never identified, never found. The missing persons reports included details never released to the public. She ran her fingertip along the edge of the photograph, following the trail of red ink annotations that connected seemingly unrelated cases. The handwriting was meticulous, almost architectural in its precision. Chemical analysis had confirmed what she already suspected: the ink was fresh, none of it more than 6 months old. In the quiet of the precinct, with most officers gone for the evening, Sarah could hear the soft, rhythmic ticking of the wall clock. 6 weeks since Edwin Graves disappeared. 6 weeks since Officer Reed discovered the suitcase. 6 weeks, and they were no closer to understanding what any of it meant. The Polaroid was the most disturbing element. In the image, Officer Reed stood at the attic entrance, suitcase in hand, unaware of being photographed. The timestamp in the corner matched the police log: 9:42 a.m., the exact moment Reed had radioed his discovery, minutes before he had opened the case. "It has to be doctored," Captain Harlow had insisted when Sarah showed him the photograph. "Someone's playing games." But the lab results disputed this. The Polaroid was genuine, undoctored, and the film type hadn't been manufactured in years. It was an authentic photograph of a moment that, logically, couldn't have been captured. Sarah opened the file containing Edwin Graves' background check. 47 years old, never married, no children, employed as an archivist at the county records office for the past 9 years. No criminal record, no outstanding debts, no history of mental illness. She turned to the neighbor interviews. Mrs. Abernathy, 82, who lived across the street, mentioned seeing lights in Graves' attic late at night. Like someone was searching for something, she had said. The shadow would move back and forth for hours. Sarah stopped, her finger hovering over a detail she had missed before. Mrs. Abernathy had mentioned seeing the attic lights on the night before Graves disappeared, but also the night after, and according to her statement, the shadow seemed different, taller somehow, more purposeful. The detective felt a slow chill spread across her shoulders. She reached for the phone, dialing Officer Reed's number. He answered on the third ring, his voice thick with sleep. "Reed, I need to know exactly where you found the suitcase in relation to the attic window." A pause directly below it. "Why? And when you discovered it, was it dusty? Did it look like it had been sitting there for weeks?" "No, that's what struck me as odd. Everything else in the attic was covered in dust, but the suitcase looked like it had just been placed there." Sarah felt her pulse quicken. "I need you to check something for me. In the Polaroid, what's visible through the attic window behind you?" She could hear rustling as Reed presumably reached for the case file. A long silence followed. "Reed, I never noticed this before," he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "There's a reflection in the window, someone taking the photo, but it looks like Graves. The facial structure matches his ID photo." Sarah stared at the wall, processing this information. The timestamp on the photo is 9:42. You didn't open the suitcase until 9:47. "Are you suggesting Graves was there in his own attic while we were searching the house?" Sarah didn't answer immediately. She was thinking about the meticulous research contained in the suitcase. The connections drawn between disappearances across decades and state lines, the precision of it all. "I think," she said carefully, "that Edwin Graves wanted us to find those files, and I think he's still watching to see what we do with them." That night, as rain tapped gently against her window, Sarah spread the contents of the suitcase across her living room floor. The red ink annotations created a pattern she hadn't seen before, connections not just between victims, but between investigating officers. Names circled, then connected to other names, dates linked to locations. In the corner of her eye, she thought she saw a shadow move across her porch. When she turned to look, there was nothing there but rain and darkness. Just her imagination, she told herself, turning back to the documents. It wasn't until hours later, when she finally gathered the papers and prepared for bed, that she noticed something had changed. On top of the stack was a newspaper clipping she didn't remember seeing before. It featured a small-town detective who had disappeared while investigating a cold case. And in the margin, in fresh red ink, was her own name, followed by a single question mark. Story 5, the apartment had been rented out countless times, a rotation of tenants, each staying for only a few months before moving on. When the latest renter arrived, she thought she understood why. The place felt lived in, the air too heavy, the shadows too long. One night, as she unpacked, she pulled open the closet and found a pair of shoes inside, not old, not abandoned, perfectly aligned as if someone had just stepped out of them. And when she reached down to move them, a quiet whisper tickled her ear. "Those aren't yours." Detective Morgan Reed stood in that same apartment 5 weeks later. The the morning light filtering through dusty blinds, casting thin bars of illumination across the hardwood floor. He moved slowly, deliberately, his leather shoes making the faintest creak with each step. The apartment was empty now, save for the standard furnishings and the faint chemical scent of forensic processing that still lingered in the corners. Morgan's breath created small clouds in the chilly air. The building superintendent had turned the heat off after the incident, and December in Portland brought a dampness that seeped through walls. He ran his fingers along the edge of the kitchen counter, feeling the smooth laminate, wondering what Eliza Thompson had touched in her final days here. Her sister claims she was perfectly rational, said Officer Chen, standing in the doorway with a slim manila folder tucked under her arm. No history of mental illness, no drugs in her system. Had a good job at the university library. Quiet life. Morgan nodded without looking up. He'd been studying homicides for 23 years, and something about this case pulled at him differently. Not quite a murder, not quite a disappearance, something in between. The shoes, Morgan said softly. Where were they found? Officer Chen flipped through her notes. Bedroom closet, right side, placed neatly against the wall. Women's running shoes, size 7, light wear, brand new laces. Morgan walked to the bedroom, his gaze drawn to the closet door, which stood slightly ajar. Inside, the rod hung empty, a few wire hangers dangling like abandoned punctuation marks. The floor of the closet was clean, vacuumed recently. No shoes remained. We have them in evidence, Chen said, following his gaze. Nothing remarkable about them except that they weren't Eliza's, Morgan finished, according to her sister. The detective knelt down, running his hand over the closet's wooden floor. Something about enclosed spaces, closets, attics, crawl spaces, they held energy differently. Secrets settled into the corners, memories absorbed into the walls. The building has an interesting history, Chen continued, her voice maintaining that professional detachment that came with experience. Built in 1937, converted to apartments in the 60s. Nothing violent on record, though. No documented deaths in this unit. Morgan stood up slowly, his knees protesting with a dull ache. Let's talk to the neighbors again. And I want the records for every tenant in this unit for the past 10 years. The interview with Mrs. Abernathy from across the hall yielded little new information. She was elderly, her memory clouded, but her hearing was surprisingly sharp. I heard her talking, the old woman said, hands folded neatly in her lap as she sat in her floral armchair. Late at night sometimes. I thought she had company or was on the phone, but the walls here are thin, you know, and I never heard another voice, just hers. What was she saying? Morgan asked, pen poised over his notebook. Mrs. Abernathy's roomy eyes drifted toward her window. Questions mostly, who are you, and what do you want? Normal things you'd ask a stranger, I suppose. But then the last night, before she disappeared, I heard her say, I'll help you. Very clear it was, I'll help you. And then quiet. That night in his office downtown, Morgan spread the tenant records across his desk. 17 people had lived in apartment 304 in the past decade. None had stayed longer than 8 months. Most left without notice, breaking their leases. A few had complaints on file, unusual noises, missing items, maintenance issues with the closet door that wouldn't stay closed. One name caught his attention. Claire Simmons, tenant from 3 years ago. Her lease termination included a handwritten note. The place is haunted and you know it. You should be ashamed renting it out. Morgan found Claire working at a bookstore across town. She was reluctant to speak at first, her eyes darting nervously to the store's other customers. "I sound crazy," she said quietly. "Everyone thought I was crazy." "I'm not here to judge," Morgan replied. "I just want to understand what happened to Eliza Thompson." Claire's hands trembled slightly as she shelved a book. "It started with the shoes. They weren't mine. I called the landlord, but he said the apartment had been professionally cleaned before I moved in. Said the previous tenant took everything." Morgan watched her carefully. "Did you hear anything? Voices?" "Not at first," Claire said, "just feelings, like I was being watched. Then the whispers started. Always when I was alone, always when I was near the closet, a woman's voice." "What did she say?" Claire paused, her eyes unfocusing slightly. "She said she needed help, that she'd been trapped for a very long time, that someone had taken her shoes and she couldn't leave without them." 3 days later, Morgan sat in his car outside the apartment building, reviewing the case files. Eliza Thompson had been missing for 6 weeks now. No body, no evidence of violence, no suspicious bank activity. Just a woman who had vanished, leaving everything behind except her phone and wallet. And now, a pattern emerging from the tenant records. 7 women over the past decade, all living alone, all disappearing suddenly. Not all had been reported missing. Most had family in other states who assumed they had simply moved on. The cases hadn't been connected until now. Morgan returned to apartment 304 one last time, after hours, with just the superintendent's reluctant permission and a flashlight. The empty apartment felt different in darkness, more expectant, as if the walls themselves were listening. He opened the closet door and directed his light inside. Empty hangers swayed slightly in the draft. Morgan knelt down, running his fingers along the baseboards, feeling for irregularities. In the far corner, his fingertips detected a slight indentation. He pressed, and with a soft click, a small section of the baseboard swung inward. Inside was a dusty cavity, just large enough to hold what Morgan now illuminated with his flashlight. 7 pairs of women's shoes, neatly arranged in a row. 7 different sizes, 7 different styles, spanning years of fashion. Behind them, barely visible in the beam of light, was a small opening in the wall just large enough for a person to crawl through. The investigation that followed revealed a forgotten space between apartments, a structural anomaly created during the building's conversion. And in that space, they found the remains of a woman who, according to building records, had lived in apartment 304 in 1972. She had been reported missing, but the case had gone cold. What they never found was Eliza Thompson or any of the other missing women. Only their shoes remained, placed with careful precision in that hidden space, a trail of footwear leading nowhere. The building stands empty now, slated for demolition. But sometimes, passers-by report seeing a light in apartment 304, though the electricity has long been disconnected. And if you listen carefully on quiet nights, some say you can hear multiple voices, whispering in unison behind the walls. Find our shoes, help us go home. Story 6, it was tucked between the pages of an old book, hidden away in a forgotten thrift store. The envelope was brittle, the ink smudged, but the message inside was chilling. If something happens to me, it wasn't an accident. There was no name, no address, no way to trace it, just those words written with shaking hands, and on the bottom, a faint, faded fingerprint too small to be from an adult. Detective Sarah Mercer turned the letter over in her latex-gloved hands. feeling the weight of the decades-old paper against her fingertips. The thrift store on Maple Street had stood for nearly 60 years, collecting the discarded memories of a small town that preferred to look forward rather than back. The book, a weathered copy of To Kill a Mockingbird, had been donated anonymously, left in a cardboard box outside the store's back entrance on a misty Tuesday morning in October. The lighting in the evidence room cast long shadows across the metal table. Sarah's coffee had grown cold, forgotten beside her notepad where she'd written only 3 words, "Child in danger." The clock on the wall ticked methodically, marking the passage of time in a case where time had already moved too far ahead. "Forensics couldn't get much from the paper," said Detective Marcus Powell, his voice low and measured as he entered the room. He moved with deliberate steps, placing a manila folder beside Sarah's cooling mug. "The paper dates back to the early 1980s, but that's as precise as they could get. The fingerprint is partial, likely from a child between 8 and 12 years old." Sarah nodded, her eyes never leaving the letter now sealed in a clear evidence bag. "So we're looking at a cold case, possibly a missing child from around 1983 to 1985. The archives were housed in the basement of the police station, a room that smelled of dust and forgotten promises. Row upon row of metal filing cabinets contained the unsolved mysteries of Pinewood County cases that had gradually faded from urgent to important to eventually being filed away, the heat of investigation cooling with each passing year. Sarah and Marcus spent hours pulling files, their fingers growing dusty as they flipped through yellowed pages of reports. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, occasionally flickering as if struggling to illuminate the darkness of past tragedies. "Here's something," Marcus said, his voice cutting through the silence. April 1984. Emily Richardson, age 9, reported missing by her school when she didn't show up for 3 consecutive days. The photograph clipped to the file showed a solemn-faced girl with dark hair pulled back in 2 neat braids. Her eyes, deep brown and serious, seemed to look directly at Sarah across the decades. Parents claim they sent her to live with an aunt in Colorado, Sarah read from the report. The investigating officer called the aunt, who confirmed the arrangement. Case closed within a week. Marcus frowned, his forehead creasing. Did anyone actually see her in Colorado? The answer lay in what wasn't written. No follow-up, no confirmation of the child's safe arrival, no photographs of Emily in her new home, just a phone call and a case file closed too quickly, too neatly. They pulled school records next. Emily Richardson had been a quiet student, neither excelling nor failing. Her teachers described her as withdrawn and private. One note in her file stood out. She had arrived at school with a bruised wrist in March 1984, claiming she had fallen from her bicycle. The school nurse had documented the injury with clinical precision. Bruising inconsistent with described accident, appears more like grab marks from an adult hand. Sarah felt her throat tighten. The photograph of the injury, preserved in black and white, told a story that Emily herself could not or would not tell. Next to it was a sample of Emily's handwriting from a classroom assignment, the slanted, careful letters bearing a striking resemblance to the desperate note found in the book. The Richardsons still lived in Pinewood County. The house, a 2-story colonial with peeling white paint and untended gardens, sat at the end of Willow Lane. From the outside it appeared abandoned, though a thin trail of smoke rose from the chimney, suggesting life within. Mr. Richardson passed away 5 years ago, Marcus informed Sarah as they sat in their unmarked car across the street. Heart attack. Mrs. Richardson still lives there alone, no other children. The woman who opened the door moved like a ghost through her own home. Margaret Richardson, now in her 70s, had eyes that seemed vacant, looking through rather than at the detectives who stood on her porch. She invited them in with a mechanical politeness that felt rehearsed, leading them to a living room where everything was draped in sheets, as if the house itself was being slowly prepared for abandonment. "Emily," Mrs. Richardson repeated after Sarah mentioned her daughter. "Why, she's been living in Colorado all these years with my sister Jane." Sarah watched the woman's hands, noticing how they trembled slightly. "Have you visited her there, Mrs. Richardson?" A moment of confusion crossed the elderly woman's face. "Jane doesn't like visitors, says it disrupts Emily's routine." "When was the last time you spoke with Emily?" Marcus asked gently. Mrs. Richardson's gaze drifted to a spot on the wall where a rectangle of unfaded wallpaper suggested a picture frame had once hung. "She doesn't call much. She's very busy with her life there." The lie hung in the air between them, as fragile and persistent as a cobweb. Sarah placed the evidence bag containing the letter on the coffee table. "Mrs. Richardson, do you recognize this?" The change was immediate and profound. The woman's face drained of color, her hands now shaking visibly as she reached for the letter but stopped short of touching it. "Where did you find this?" she whispered. "In a book donated to the local thrift store," Sarah replied, watching Mrs. Richardson's reaction carefully. "It appears to have been written by a child, perhaps around 1984. A tear slid down the woman's weathered cheek. "I told him to get rid of it," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "He said he burned it all." "All of what, Mrs. Richardson?" Marcus leaned forward. "Her things, her diary, everything." The words seemed to escape her against her will. "After the accident." Sarah felt a chill despite the warmth of the room. "What accident, Mrs. Richardson?" The story emerged in fragments, like pieces of glass from a broken window. Emily had indeed written the note, hiding it in her favorite book before the trip to Colorado her parents had invented. There had been no Aunt Jane, no new life in another state. Instead, there had been an argument, a push at the top of the stairs, a small body lying too still at the bottom. "It was Frank who panicked," Mrs. Richardson said, her voice now hollow. "Said no one would believe it was an accident, not with her arm from the month before and the questions the school was asking." The basement of the Richardson house had been renovated shortly after Emily's disappearance. New concrete poured over old secrets. Ground-penetrating radar would later reveal what Margaret and Frank Richardson had hidden for nearly 40 years, the remains of a child who had predicted her own fate in a letter that was never sent. As the forensics team worked methodically in the sealed-off house, Sarah stood in the yard, watching the first snowflakes of winter begin to fall. She thought about the book where the letter had been found, a story about innocence destroyed and justice too long delayed. And she wondered how many other letters were out there, tucked between pages, waiting to tell their stories to someone who would finally listen. Story 7, the real estate listing was clear, vacant, needs renovation. The structure was crumbling, the yard overgrown, but when the inspector stepped inside, the kitchen table was set, plates, silverware, a chair slightly pulled back. In the living room, a lamp still flickered, its bulb struggling to stay alive. Dust covered everything except the footprints leading down the hallway, and at the very end, a bedroom door slightly ajar. From inside, the sound of someone shifting on the mattress. The inspector, Thomas Reeves, had been in the business for 23 years. He had seen abandoned houses with squatters, with animals making homes in forgotten corners, with water damage creeping across ceilings like slow-motion tsunamis. But this was different. The footprints in the dust were small, almost delicate. They weren't the heavy boots of squatters or teenagers looking for a place to drink. These were careful steps, measured as if someone had been trying not to disturb the stillness. Thomas stood in the hallway, his voice caught somewhere between his chest and throat. The shifting sound had stopped. The silence that replaced it seemed to have weight pressing against his eardrums. He should call someone, the realtor, the police, anyone. But his phone remained in his pocket, his hand unwilling to move. The bedroom door remained slightly open, a sliver of darkness spilling out into the hallway like ink in water. In the small town of Millfield, Connecticut, properties rarely sat empty for long. This Victorian-style home on Sycamore Street had been listed for 6 months, unusual for the area. The previous owners, the Caldwell family, had moved out suddenly. Neighbors recalled a moving truck in the early hours, the family loading boxes with a strange urgency despite the darkness. No goodbyes, no forwarding address, just gone, leaving behind a house that now seemed more abandoned by time than by people. Detective Sarah Loring received the call at 2:17 p.m. Thomas Reeves had finally backed out of the house, his clipboard forgotten on the dusty floor of the entryway. The police report noted his statement. "Someone is living there, someone small. I heard them." 2 patrol officers arrived first, their boots leaving heavy imprints over the delicate footprints Thomas had observed. They found no one in the bedroom, just an unmade bed with an impression in the center, as if someone had been lying there moments before. The case file would have been marked routine possible squatter, no evidence of forced entry if not for what they found in the closet. A small collection of items, a child's backpack, several hair ribbons, and a diary with the name Emily Caldwell written in careful cursive on the inside cover. Emily, aged 12, had been reported missing 3 months after the family's sudden departure. Her parents claimed she had run away while they were staying with relatives in Colorado. But here were her things, nestled in the corner of a closet in a house that was supposed to be empty. The diary's last entry was dated 2 days before Thomas Reeves' inspection. "They still don't know I'm here. I can hear them outside sometimes talking about the house. I'm getting good at being quiet. I've been practicing. When they finally sell this place, I'll have to find somewhere else, but for now, this is still my home, even if they say it isn't anymore." Detective Loring sat at her desk, the diary open before her, the lamp casting soft shadows across the pages. The handwriting was neat, controlled, not what one would expect from a frightened runaway. The entries spoke of a routine. Emily would move through the house at night, careful to maintain the appearance of abandonment during the day. She collected rainwater from a broken gutter that dripped near her window. She ate food stolen from neighboring homes while their owners were at work. The investigation into the Caldwell family revealed inconsistencies. Credit card statements showed purchases of a single airline ticket to Colorado, not family tickets as they had claimed. Neighbors reported hearing arguments in the weeks before their departure, voices raised behind closed windows, a child crying. One neighbor, an elderly woman who lived across the street, mentioned seeing Emily alone in the yard the day before the family left, digging something near the old oak tree. "She looked up at me," the woman told Detective Loring. "She had this expression like she was memorizing my face. Then she waved goodbye." 3 days after Thomas Reeves' discovery, police organized a careful search of the property. Under the floorboards in Emily's bedroom, they found a collection of letters addressed to various authorities, child services, police, even a local journalist. Each detailed allegations of abuse, each sealed but never sent. and beneath the oak tree in the yard, buried in a metal box, was a phone containing videos that would later become key evidence. The search for Emily Caldwell intensified. The house was placed under surveillance. Food was left in the kitchen untouched. Recording devices captured nothing but the normal sounds of an empty house settling. The delicate footprints were carefully preserved and photographed, but forensic analysis could only confirm they belonged to a child of approximately Emily's size and weight. As weeks passed, the case transformed from a potential runaway to something more complex. The Caldwells were located in Colorado and brought in for questioning. Their stories began to unravel, contradictions emerging like threads pulled from an old sweater. They maintained their innocence, insisted Emily had run away, but the evidence suggested otherwise. The impression on the bed, the diary, the footprints someone had been in that house. Someone small, someone hiding. 1 month after Thomas Reeves first heard the shifting sound from beyond the bedroom door, the case remained open. The house on Sycamore Street stood empty, its for sale sign removed. Occasionally, neighbors reported lights flickering inside, though power to the property had been disconnected. Some claimed to see a small figure at the window in the early morning hours, but by the time anyone could investigate, there was nothing, just dust, stillness, and the lingering sense that the house wasn't as abandoned as it appeared. Detective Loring still visits the property once a week, leaving a fresh notebook and pen on the kitchen table. Each time she returns, the previous notebook is gone, and in its place sometimes are drawings, landscapes of places far away, rendered in careful, precise strokes. Places where perhaps a young girl might one day feel safe enough to be found. The case of Emily Caldwell and the house that wasn't abandoned remains officially unsolved. But in the quiet neighborhoods of Millfield, parents hold their children a little closer, and the lights in their homes burn a little longer into the night, keeping watch, keeping vigil, for the footprints that might appear in the dust of empty rooms, leading not away, but home. Story 8, it arrived with no return address, no postage, just a plain cardboard box left at the station's front desk. The officer hesitated before cutting the tape. Inside, layers of old newspaper carefully folded around something solid. When they finally reached the center, they found it a rusty padlock still attached to a severed chain, and beneath it a note written in shaky, jagged letters. "You locked me away, but I got out." Detective Sarah Mercer ran her fingers along the edge of the padlock, feeling the rough patches of rust catch against her skin. The metal was cold, heavier than it appeared, with a distinctive pattern of wear along the keyhole that suggested decades of exposure to the elements. The afternoon light filtered through the blinds of the precinct's evidence room, casting long shadows across the table where the box and its contents lay spread out. "Any prints?" she asked, her voice barely disturbing the stillness of the room. Officer Davis shook his head slowly. "Nothing. Whoever sent this was careful. The newspapers are all from the 1980s, various dates, nothing that connects them to anything specific." The quiet hum of the air conditioning filled the silence between them. Sarah picked up the note again, studying the handwriting. The letters pressed deeply into the paper, as if written with considerable force, anger, perhaps, or determination. The paper itself was ordinary, available at any office supply store. "Run it through the database," she said. "See if the language matches any threats we've received in the past 5 years." As Davis left, Sarah remained, letting her mind sink into the mystery before her. The station had received strange packages before, threats, confessions, bizarre tokens, but something about this one felt different. The deliberate care taken in its presentation suggested not impulsivity, but patience. Someone had waited a very long time to send this message. 3 days passed before the first connection emerged. The padlock matched one used in a series of abandoned storage units owned by the county, specifically those used to store evidence from cases predating the digital cataloging system. Units that should have been under constant supervision. Sarah drove out to the storage facility on the outskirts of town, where the afternoon sun cast long shadows between rows of identical metal doors. The facility manager, a man with weathered skin and perpetually squinted eyes, led her through narrow corridors that smelled of dust and neglect. "We inventory everything quarterly," he explained, his keys jingling softly as they walked. "Last check was 6 weeks ago. Everything was accounted for." They stopped at Unit 247. The door looked identical to all the others, except for one detail: a freshly cut chain hung loosely through the handle, its end matching the severed links attached to the padlock from the box. Inside, the unit was meticulously organized shelves of labeled boxes, each containing evidence from cases long since closed, or so they had believed. Sarah moved slowly through the narrow aisles, her flashlight illuminating decades of forgotten crimes until she reached the back wall. There, an empty space on a shelf stood out like a missing tooth. "Was something removed from here?" she asked, her voice echoing slightly in the confined space. The manager consulted his clipboard. Box 43B case files from 1985. Cold case never solved. Back at the station, Sarah spent hours in the archives, searching for any record of case 43B. The file was thin, the papers inside yellowed with age. 3 women had disappeared over the course of 6 months. Different backgrounds, different neighborhoods, but the same method: each vanished in the early evening hours, leaving behind half-finished tasks. One had water running in her bathroom sink. Another had bread rising on her kitchen counter. The third had laundry half-folded on her bed. No bodies were ever found. No suspects were ever charged. The lead detective, Thomas Breyer, had retired 15 years ago, and according to county records, had passed away just last year. As Sarah read through Breyer's notes, one name appeared repeatedly in the margins: Martin Kaler, a person of interest who was questioned multiple times but never formally charged. His alibi for each disappearance had been thin but unbreakable. He'd been at a movie theater, alone, watching films no one could later verify he'd actually seen. A search of current records revealed Keeler had been incarcerated for an unrelated assault charge 5 years after the disappearances. He'd served 18 years before being released last month. His current address was listed as a halfway house across town. The halfway house stood 3 stories tall, its brick facade darkened by decades of city grime. The common rooms smelled of institutional cleaning products and microwaved food. Martin Keeler sat by a window, a thin man with careful movements and eyes that seemed to calculate everything they observed. "Detective," he said before Sarah could introduce herself. "I wondered when someone would come." "You sent the package," Sarah said. "It wasn't a question." Keeler's lips formed something close to a smile. "You found what was missing yet?" "The case files were all there." "Not the files," Keeler said softly. "What was underneath them? What Breyer hid there, thinking no one would ever look?" Sarah leaned forward slightly. "What did he hide?" "Evidence," Keeler whispered. "Evidence that would have cleared me. Evidence that pointed to someone else, someone Breyer couldn't touch." Sarah's return to the storage unit revealed what they had missed. Behind where box 43B had stood was a small recess in the wall, carefully concealed. Inside was a plastic bag containing a man's watch, its face cracked with an inscription on the back, "To Thomas with gratitude." The name of the engraver was still visible on the inside of the band, the same jeweler where each of the missing women had purchased items in the months before their disappearances. Thomas Breyer, the detective who had led the investigation, who had questioned Keeler repeatedly, who had carefully built a case that never quite came together. Thomas Breyer, whose brother-in-law owned the jewelry store where each woman had been a customer. Justice arrives in strange packages sometimes. For three families who had waited decades for answers, the truth emerged not from diligent police work, but from a plain cardboard box with no return address and a message of patient vengeance. The case would eventually be reopened. Excavation would begin at a property once owned by Breyer's brother-in-law, and Martin Keeler would watch from a distance, finally free of a shadow that had followed him for half his life. The padlock now sits in a new evidence box, this one properly catalogued and stored. Sometimes, late at night, officers swear they can hear the faint sound of metal links dragging across the floor near where it's kept, as if some chains, once broken, never fully disappear. Story 9. The evening light filtered through the partially drawn curtains, casting long shadows across the polished hardwood floor of the Victorian-style home. Outside, the late autumn wind whispered through maple trees, their remaining leaves rustling like paper being gently turned. Inside, Mark and Shelley Donovan moved with cautious excitement through rooms that weren't theirs, the unfamiliar weight of someone else's house keys still heavy in Mark's pocket. "Are you sure we have the right address?" Shelley asked, her voice barely above a whisper despite them being the only ones there. 3517 Oakwood Lane. Mark nodded, pulling out his phone to double-check the email from their friend of a friend, Dr. Lawrence Mercer, a respected archaeologist who had left town for a 3-week expedition in Peru. "This is definitely it. See." He even described the blue mailbox with the brass numbers. The couple had never met Dr. Mercer in person. Their arrangement had been made through a mutual acquaintance who knew they needed a place to stay while their own home underwent extensive renovations. House-sitting for the professor seemed like perfect timing, a spacious Victorian in a quiet neighborhood, complete with a detailed list of instructions sent via email. As evening deepened into night, subtle discrepancies began to emerge. Mark opened the refrigerator to store their takeout leftovers and paused. The shelves were fully stocked with fresh groceries, organic vegetables, premium cuts of meat, imported cheeses. Dr. Mercer's email had mentioned only condiments and some frozen meals he wouldn't need while away. "That's strange," Mark muttered, rearranging items to make space. Why would he buy all this fresh food right before leaving for 3 weeks? Shelley was upstairs, turning down the bed in the master bedroom. The Egyptian cotton sheets felt crisp and new, but something wasn't right. "Mark," she called down the stairs, her voice carrying a note of uncertainty. "Didn't the instructions say there would be blue pillowcases? These are burgundy." Small details, inconsequential perhaps, yet as they settled in for their first night, the house seemed to resist their presence with a quiet persistence. The thermostat, which Dr. Mercer had programmed according to his detailed notes, kept resetting to a warmer temperature than specified. A kitchen drawer contained women's items, hair ties, lip balm, a small bottle of hand lotion, though Dr. Mercer was unmarried and, according to their mutual friend, lived alone. "Maybe they belonged to a girlfriend," Mark suggested, closing the drawer carefully, as if not wanting to disturb the evidence of someone else's life. At 2:30 in the morning, both Mark and Shelley were awakened by 3 soft, deliberate knocks on the front door. They froze, exchanging glances in the dim glow of the nightlight they'd brought from home. "Did you hear that?" Shelley whispered, pulling the unfamiliar burgundy sheets up to her chin. Mark nodded, sliding out of bed and reaching for his phone. Maybe it's a neighbor, or Dr. Mercer came back early. 3 more knocks, followed by a woman's voice, soft yet insistent. "Please, I live here. Who are you?" The night seemed to hold its breath around them. Mark moved toward the bedroom door, but Shelley caught his arm. "Don't answer it," she urged. "Something's not right." The knocking continued, growing slightly more urgent. "I can see lights on. I know someone's in there. This is my house." Mark dialed 911, speaking in hushed tones as he explained their situation. The dispatcher asked them to stay in the bedroom with the door locked until officers arrived. 10 minutes that stretched like hours, the knocking alternating between periods of silence and renewed pleading. When the police finally arrived, their flashlights cut sharp beams across the front yard. From the bedroom window, Mark and Shelley watched as officers spoke with a woman standing on the porch, middle-aged, with shoulder-length brown hair, dressed in what looked like travel clothes and pulling a small suitcase. 20 minutes later, an officer knocked on the bedroom door. "Mr. and Mrs. Donovan, we need you to come downstairs." In the living room, sitting on the edge of an armchair with her hands wrapped around a mug of tea, was the woman. Her eyes were red-rimmed from crying or exhaustion or both. A female officer stood beside her, while another officer held a folder of papers. "This is Catherine Mercer," the officer explained. "She owns this house." The revelation unfolded slowly, each detail adding another layer to the mystery. Catherine was indeed Dr. Lawrence Mercer's wife, his ex-wife, to be precise. The house had been hers in the divorce settlement 3 years ago. Lawrence had moved to an apartment across town, but had apparently never updated their mutual friends about this change. "He does this sometimes," Catherine explained, her voice steadier now but tinged with resignation. "When I travel for work, I'm a consultant. I was in Chicago all week. He sometimes comes by. I found traces before, a coffee mug in the sink. The thermostat changed, but he's never," she faltered, looking at Mark and Shelley. "He's never brought people to stay here." The police officers examined the email on Mark's phone. The message had indeed come from Lawrence Mercer's account, with detailed instructions about the house, Catherine's house, including where to find the spare key hidden under a loose brick in the garden. "Dr. Mercer isn't in Peru, is he?" Mark asked, already knowing the answer. Catherine shook her head. "No, he's teaching this semester. He's right here in town." When the police called Lawrence Mercer early that morning, he expressed shock and confusion, claiming his email had been hacked. But the specific details in the instructions, the location of the spare key, the quirk in the upstairs shower that required jiggling the handle, even the mention of the blue pillowcases that had since been replaced told a different story. In the days that followed, a fuller picture emerged. Lawrence had been entering Catherine's home periodically for months, sometimes staying overnight when she traveled. The fresh groceries in the refrigerator were his, brought over in anticipation of a longer stay during her business trip. He had been planning to be there himself, not to send strangers in his place. A restraining order was filed. Locks were changed. Mark and Shelley found temporary accommodation in a hotel, their renovation timeline suddenly less important than the unsettling experience they had stumbled into. What remained unclear, what Catherine herself couldn't articulate to the detectives who followed up, was why Lawrence maintained this shadow life in a home that was no longer his. Among his belongings, found neatly arranged in Catherine's guest bedroom closet, were photo albums from their marriage, ticket stubs from concerts they had attended together, and a small velvet box containing Catherine's grandmother's ring, the one she had thought lost during the move after their divorce. The detective assigned to the case had seen many varieties of breaking and entering in his 23 years on the force, but rarely one so quiet, so methodical, so wrapped in the lingering echoes of a relationship that one person couldn't let go. There was no forced entry because Lawrence still had a key, or rather, knew where to find one. There was no theft because what he took wasn't physical. And there was no violence except the slow, persistent violation of boundaries. Sometimes the detective would later reflect, the most unsettling crimes aren't the ones that leave obvious evidence. They're the ones that blur the lines between love and obsession, between memory and present reality, between what was once shared and what is now forbidden. Mark and Shelley never house sat again, and Catherine Mercer moved away the following spring, selling the Victorian with its blue mailbox and brass numbers, leaving no forwarding address, not even for the university where both she and her ex-husband had once worked, where Lawrence Mercer continued to teach about ancient civilizations while being unable to decipher the boundaries of his own modern life. Story 10. In the quiet of the night, a faint flicker danced across the baby monitor's screen, catching the mother's attention. At first, she brushed it off as a glitch, a minor blip in the technology. But then the crackling of static filled the room and a hushed voice slipped through, whispering, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A shiver ran down her spine, her heart quickening its pace in her chest. With a sense of unease creeping in, she hurried to her son's room, the air heavy with an unspoken dread. Upon reaching the crib, her worst fear materialized. The tiny form of her infant son was missing, leaving only an empty space where he should have been nestled. Frantic and disoriented, she scanned the room, searching for any clue, any sign of where he could have gone. The window stood closed, the door securely locked, yet the silence now felt suffocating. The only anomaly in the room was a plush rabbit lying on the floor, its eyes fixed and unblinking, seeming to hold a secret within their glossy depths. Rebecca's screams pierced the night, raw with terror and disbelief. The neighbors, stirred by her cries, reached out for help, summoning emergency services to the scene. When the authorities arrived, they found Rebecca on the nursery floor, her arms wrapped tightly around the stuffed rabbit, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion. Samuel, her precious 4-month-old son, had vanished without a trace, leaving a void that echoed through the house. The investigation that followed was shrouded in mystery, with more questions than answers. There were no signs of forced entry, no disturbances to suggest an intruder had trespassed into their home. The security system had remained intact, offering no clues to the enigma that unfolded that fateful night. Suspicion began to circle around Rebecca, her history of postpartum depression casting a shadow over her maternal instincts. The whispers of doubt grew louder within the community, painting her as the prime suspect in her own son's disappearance. But then a glimmer of hope emerged from the darkness. Forensic experts uncovered microscopic fibers on the windowsill, foreign to the household materials, hinting at a possible point of entry from outside. The focus shifted towards a skilled intruder, possibly using climbing equipment to access the second-floor nursery undetected. Security footage from neighboring houses revealed a shadowy figure moving stealthily in the night, leaving behind a trail of uncertainty. As the pieces of the puzzle began to align, Daniel, Rebecca's estranged husband, returned from his business trip, unaware of the turmoil that had unfolded in his absence. His hands bore the telltale signs of a new hobby, rock climbing, a detail that raised eyebrows among the investigators. Financial records painted a grim picture, hinting at ulterior motives hidden beneath the surface. A second family, a hidden life, and a web of deceit slowly unraveled before their eyes. The turning point came with the revelation of a hacked baby monitor, a tool turned against its users in a sinister twist of fate. The voice that had whispered in the darkness was not a phantom of the nursery, but a calculated manipulation from afar. Through digital breadcrumbs, the investigators traced the signal to an unexpected source, a woman named Elaine, harboring a connection to Daniel that transcended time and tragedy. Elaine, haunted by a past miscarriage and a lost future, had orchestrated the abduction as a desperate bid to reclaim what she had lost. Her actions, fueled by grief and delusion, led to a confrontation that exposed the tangled web of lies spun around Samuel's disappearance. In a chilling twist of fate, the truth emerged from the shadows, revealing a betrayal that cut deeper than anyone had imagined. The courtroom, hushed in anticipation, bore witness to the unraveling of a meticulously crafted facade. The enhanced audio from the baby monitor echoed through the halls, carrying not only the whispered words that had set the nightmare in motion, but also the damning sound of Daniel's presence, a silent witness to his own deceit. Justice, swift and unyielding, was served as the truth came to light, tearing down the illusions that had clouded the search for Samuel. Rebecca and Samuel, survivors of a harrowing ordeal, found solace in a new beginning, far from the echoes of the past. The baby monitor, once a source of comfort turned sinister, remained a silent sentinel in their home, a reminder of the night that reshaped their lives forever. As the world moved on, lessons were learned, safeguards were reinforced, and a community stood united in the face of adversity. Samuel, unaware of the shadows that had once loomed over his innocence, grew up surrounded by love and protection, shielded from the ghosts of his past. And Rebecca, with a heart heavy with memories, kept the stuffed rabbit hidden away, a silent witness to the truth that had eluded them all. The baby monitor, with its unassuming presence, held the secrets of that fateful night, a tale of deception and redemption woven into its digital heart. Story 11. In the quiet solitude of a dusty attic, Sarah Winters unearthed a box labeled Memories after her mother's passing. Within its weathered confines lay a collection of faded Polaroid photographs, relics of days long gone. Among them, a chilling discovery awaited her keen gaze, a spectral figure lingering in the background of each image, unnoticed by those frozen in time. The man, shrouded in shadow, stood at the periphery of family gatherings, his presence a haunting enigma. With trembling hands, Sarah traced the progression of the mysterious figure through the decades-old photographs. In each snapshot, he crept closer, a silent observer on the fringes of joyous occasions. A sense of unease settled over her as she realized the sinister truth concealed within the frames. Seeking answers, Sarah turned to her father, only to be met with disbelief and apprehension. The eerie presence in the photos defied explanation, casting a foreboding shadow over her once cherished memories. Determined to unravel the mystery, she sought the help of Detective Marcus Reed, whose steady gaze mirrored her own growing apprehension. As rain tapped against the windows of the precinct, Sarah laid out the evidence before the detective, a trail of ghostly apparitions captured in time. Together, they traced the phantom figure's movements, uncovering a chilling pattern that spanned years and gatherings. Each photo told a silent tale of a malevolent presence lurking just beyond sight. Through meticulous investigation and modern technology, the identity of the shadowy figure began to take shape. A long-lost maintenance worker, Robert Keller, emerged as the spectral specter haunting the family photographs. His dark past intertwined with unsolved disappearances, sending shivers down Sarah's spine as she realized the extent of his malevolence. The revelation of Keller's dark deeds sent ripples through the community, bringing closure to families long haunted by unanswered questions. The buried secrets unearthed by Sarah's discovery shed light on decades-old mysteries, connecting the dots between past tragedies and present truths. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the damning evidence of her family's unwitting connection to a malevolent force, Sarah grappled with the weight of the past. The figure in the photos, once a spectral enigma, now stood exposed in the harsh light of justice, his hidden presence finally acknowledged. As she carefully returned the haunting photographs to their box, Sarah understood the chilling truth that some threats lurk unseen, moving through the world unnoticed, yet leaving an indelible mark on those they encounter. The images captured on film bore witness to a hidden darkness that had haunted her family for decades, its insidious presence now laid bare for all to see. And as she closed the lid on the box of memories, a sense of closure mingled with the lingering chill of the unseen figure who had haunted their celebrations, a silent specter of the past finally brought to light. Story 12. The parcel arrived without a name to track it back, no label hinting at its origins, just a plain cardboard box dampened by the morning dew. It wasn't intended for her, the address matched, but the name was a stranger's. She should have dismissed it, should have left it untouched on the porch, but curiosity whispered louder than reason. She tore away the tape, anticipating mundane contents like books or clothes. Instead, nestled within was a VHS tape and a solitary sticky note. Watch alone. Sarah Miller held the black plastic tape in her hands, sensing an unusual weight as if it carried the burden of forbidden secrets. Her fingertips explored the worn edges, tracing the imperfections on the casing. The handwritten note bore the marks of urgency, each stroke pressed onto the paper with a sense of haste. In the backdrop of her suburban neighborhood, life carried on its ordinary rhythm, a distant dog barking, children's laughter drifting over the fence, the steady hum of a lawnmower. Oblivious to the mysterious delivery that had just crossed her threshold, Sarah brought the package inside, placing it on her kitchen counter as doubt crept into her thoughts. The name Daniel Whitaker held no significance for her. In her 4 years at the house, she had never encountered mail addressed to that name. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had bid farewell, leaving behind memories of an elderly couple seeking solace near their grandchildren. Curiosity clashed with unease as Sarah eyed her relic VCR, a piece of nostalgia in a digital age. Something about the tape beckoned to her, an enigma shrouded in aged plastic. Against her instincts, she slid the tape into the machine. Static flickered on the screen initially, gradually sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room emerged, illuminated by a single lamp casting long shadows. The camera angle was skewed, capturing a man seated in a wooden chair, his features obscured by darkness. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice resonated quietly yet resolutely. "If you're watching this, they've found you, and that means they'll find me too." Leaning forward, he unveiled a face marked by exhaustion and vigilance, tired eyes, stubbled jaw, disheveled hair. "I'm innocent. I need you to believe that. They planted evidence against me, my fingerprints, my DNA, though I never laid a hand on her." The camera trembled as Daniel readjusted it, offering glimpses of the barren room, bare walls, minimal furniture, a transient abode harboring someone ready to flee at a moment's notice. "They set me up," The official narrative will claim I knew her, that we quarreled, that witnesses heard us clash. It's all lies. I never crossed paths with Catherine Walsh until her face flashed on the news. His voice wavered, lifeless, murdered in her own home, and yet my DNA was splattered across the crime scene. Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth to surface. 5 tapes, 5 disparate recipients, all bearing Daniel Whitaker's desperate plea, a man accused as the prime suspect in Catherine Walsh's homicide, a man who had vanished without a trace on the day her body was discovered. The Walsh case had seemed straightforward initially. A young professional woman strangled in her bedroom. No signs of forced entry, traces of a struggle. DNA evidence pointing squarely at Whitaker, whose fingerprints were on file from a minor offense in the past. Witnesses reported seeing a man resembling him near her residence in the weeks leading up to the tragedy. Mobile records placed him in the vicinity on the fatal night, a clear-cut case, until the tapes materialized. The tapes complicate matters, Detective Ramirez recounted into her recorder while updating case notes. Whitaker is either orchestrating an intricate diversion or unveiling a darker truth. Her evidence board displayed snapshots of Catherine Walsh beaming at a work event, grisly crime scene photos too distressing to linger on, maps pinpointing delivery spots of the packages, and at the heart, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photo. His gaze seemed to implore her, seeking understanding. The investigation veered down an unforeseen path when Ramirez unearthed Catherine Walsh's involvement in a whistleblower case against PharmaCorp, a potent pharmaceutical entity entwined with government contracts. Walsh had stumbled upon anomalies in their clinical trial data, evidence of concealed side effects in a swift-to-market drug. She was gearing up to testify. A former colleague confided to Ramirez during an interview, casting furtive glances toward the exit. Catherine possessed documents, proof that top brass were aware of the issues and chose to bury them. The trial was looming. The detective started noting peculiar incongruities. The DNA traces seemed too meticulously placed, discovered in spots illogical for the crime. Testimonies regarding Whitaker felt rehearsed, echoing identical phrases across different statements. And most unsettling, security footage from neighboring establishments mysteriously corrupted during the precise time frame encompassing the murder. 3 days following the tape, Sarah Miller received a second parcel. This time it held a trove of documents, clinical trial records, internal memos, email transcripts, all sourced from PharmaCorp, each stamped with Catherine Walsh's digital imprint, all validating her assertions. The focus of the investigation shifted. Detective Ramirez connected with recipients of the other tapes, assembling Whitaker's trail of breadcrumbs. He had served in IT security for a contractor managing PharmaCorp systems. He had never crossed paths with Catherine, but had spotted her name flagged in an anomalous security protocol he wasn't meant to access. They were surveilling her, Whitaker elaborated in a subsequent tape that surfaced. I stumbled upon the surveillance orders in the system. They knew she was amassing evidence. And then I found myself locked out of the network. The next day she was gone, and suddenly I was the perpetrator. The breakthrough arrived when Sarah Miller discerned a detail on her copy of the tape that others had overlooked. A reflection in a window behind Whitaker revealed a row of storage units. Collaborating with Detective Ramirez, they pinpointed the locale. Within Unit 217, they unearthed a wealth of evidence. Daniel Whitaker's journal chronicling the conspiracy. The original files Catherine had amassed, and most damningly elaborate plots to incriminate Whitaker, penned in the hand of PharmaCorp's security head, a former law enforcement officer with access to evidence handling protocols. Justice didn't manifest in a dramatic arrest, but in the gradual accumulation of undeniable proof. 3 executives faced indictments. The security chief confessed, agreeing to testify against his superiors. The drug's consideration for market withdrawal was initiated. Daniel Whitaker surfaced from hiding, emaciated and altered by his time as a fugitive. Charges against him were dropped, yet the experience had left an indelible mark. Sarah Miller encountered him once when he arrived to collect his tape. They exchanged brief words on her doorstep, the very spot where his package had first appeared. "Why me?" she inquired. "Why send it to my address?" He regarded her with weary eyes. "The algorithm chose you. I needed individuals unconnected to me or Catherine people off their radar. People who might retain faith in their judgment when the world branded me guilty." The erstwhile suspect and the inadvertent witness stood in silence, pondering the fragile divide between justice and manufactured falsehoods. Finally, Sarah spoke. The misdirected parcel turned out to be precisely where it needed to be. The VHS tapes were cataloged as evidence, tangible reminders that truth sometimes materializes in unforeseen packages, bearing unfamiliar names, awaiting a curious soul to unveil its secrets. Story 13. The ancient library faced its demise as the demolition crew worked tirelessly to tear it down. Amidst the dust and debris, a worker stumbled upon a hidden latch within a dusty bookshelf. With a gentle push, the shelf swung open, revealing a secret passage leading to a forgotten chamber. The air inside was heavy, untouched for years, carrying whispers of the past. In the heart of the hidden room stood a single chair, bolted firmly to the floor, stark in its solitude. Etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message echoed, "I am still here." The construction foreman swiftly radioed for the authorities, setting in motion a chain of events that would unravel a tale of darkness shrouded in mystery. Detective Morgan Walsh, seasoned by 2 decades of police work, entered the hidden room, his flashlight piercing the shadows, casting an eerie glow on the cryptic message adorning the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded, his voice resonating in the confined space. "No one disturbs a thing until forensics arrives." The history of the library added layers of intrigue to the unfolding story. Once owned by the influential Harrington family, the building had been gifted to the public following the enigmatic disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished without a trace during her college years, leaving behind a void that time had failed to fill. Theories swirled, but the truth remained elusive. As forensic experts combed through the hidden room, they unearthed traces of a harrowing past. Hair and fibers clung to the weathered chair, while microscopic evidence hinted at a young female presence. The chair itself bore witness to struggles, its leather straps worn and weathered, a silent testament to untold suffering. Detective Walsh delved into the depths of the Harrington family's past, seeking answers in the shadows of their secrets. The timing of the library's donation after Rebecca's disappearance raised suspicions, hinting at a connection buried in the family's history. A contractor exclusive to Rebecca's uncle Maxwell Harrington had installed the bookshelf concealing the hidden chamber, his financial dealings casting a sinister shadow over the family's legacy. Interviews with former library staff unveiled a chilling revelation. Maxwell had spent solitary hours in the library's forbidden section, his obsession with preserving it veiled in deception. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, painting a picture of betrayal and captivity. When DNA evidence linked Rebecca to the hidden room, the truth emerged from the shadows. She had not fled, but had been imprisoned by her own kin. Maxwell's study yielded a damning journal, a chronicle of his descent into darkness and obsession. His confession shattered the facade of respectability, revealing a man consumed by greed and fear. Excavation beneath the hidden room unearthed the remains of a life lost too soon, a bracelet glinting amidst the bones, a poignant reminder of what had been stolen. Maxwell faced justice, his words hollow as the weight of his crimes bore down upon him. The Harrington family, torn by grief and guilt, found closure in the truth that had long eluded them. The library, once slated for destruction, became a shrine of remembrance, a place where the echoes of the past whispered of a soul that refused to be silenced. In the stillness of the abandoned chamber, justice prevailed, casting light on the shadows that had hidden a dark secret for far too long. Rebecca's message, etched into the walls, resonated with a quiet strength, ensuring that her voice would echo through the annals of time, a testament to the enduring power of truth. Story 14. Renovations always have a way of uncovering the unexpected. Within the old Victorian-era home that Sarah and Michael had bought at an estate auction, hidden beneath the floorboards lay a folded letter, patiently waiting to be discovered. The paper, fragile and worn, bore a cryptic warning: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before the couple could process the ominous message, the eerie sound of 3 sharp knocks pierced the silence of the deserted house, sending shivers down their spines. Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for unraveling mysteries, was called to the scene. With the floorboards pulled aside, revealing the dark void beneath, Reed carefully retrieved the note, mindful of potential contamination. As she listened to Sarah and Michael recount the chilling knocking incident, Reed sensed a genuine fear in their eyes. Background checks on the couple unveiled nothing alarming, painting them as newlyweds with solid reputations and stable lives. However, the history of their new abode told a different tale. Previously owned by the reclusive Hargrove family, the house had stood empty for years following the passing of its last occupant, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly widow with no known enemies or suspicious circumstances surrounding her demise. Forensic analysis dated the mysterious note back 2 decades, showcasing signs of distress and urgency in its shaky script. Digging deeper, Reed uncovered the troubled past of the Hargroves, particularly Franklin, Margaret's late husband. A respected teacher turned recluse, Franklin had harbored dark secrets that began to surface as Reed delved into the case. Interviews with acquaintances painted a picture of a paranoid Franklin, haunted by a mysterious figure known as the Collector, who had come knocking with ominous persistence. Margaret's sister revealed snippets of a harrowing tale involving debts, fear, and a decision that led to a macabre outcome. Further investigation led Reed and her team to a grim discovery beneath the house's foundation: a male skeleton, fractured and hidden, belonging to Victor Mercer, a notorious loan shark and gambling collector who had vanished without a trace 2 decades prior. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place with Margaret's diaries, chronicling the tragic events that unfolded within the walls of the once charming home. Franklin's descent into debt, the collector's relentless pursuit, and the fatal confrontation that ended in death were all laid bare through Margaret's writings. The truth, though chilling, brought closure to a long-standing mystery that had haunted the house for years. As the case reached its conclusion, Sarah and Michael made the difficult decision to part ways with the house, unable to bear the weight of its dark past. Left abandoned, the once promising renovations came to a halt, leaving behind whispers of a haunting presence that lingered in the empty halls. Rumors swirled among the locals, speaking of ghostly echoes, 3 distinct knocks that reverberated through the night, a chilling reminder of the secrets buried within the walls. Detective Reed, in her final report, reflected on the enigmatic nature of the case, acknowledging that some mysteries defy complete unraveling, leaving behind a sense of unease and unanswered questions. And so the house stood silent, a witness to a past shrouded in darkness, with the folded letter serving as a haunting memento, its message eternally echoing, "Don't trust the one who knocked." The true meaning of those words, whether aimed at Mercer, Franklin, or another unseen force, remained a mystery destined to remain unsolved, a lingering enigma in the annals of history. Story 15, The Unseen Watcher. She never enjoyed venturing into the attic, but when a storm breached the roof, she had no choice but to confront its hidden mysteries. The attic exuded an air of neglect, shrouded in dust and tangled cobwebs. Amidst the forgotten relics in the shadowy corner sat an ancient dollhouse, its intricate details eerily captivating, with tiny furnishings arranged meticulously. Yet, as she peered into its miniature rooms, a knot twisted in her stomach. The figures within were not typical dolls, but finely carved replicas of her own family. Each tiny figure positioned precisely where they sat downstairs, except for one unsettling detail. The figure meant to represent her was standing near the attic door. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse's roof, feeling the indentation where the small wooden figure stood. A chill ran down her spine, unrelated to the draft whispering through the attic rafters. This dollhouse had no place in her life. This wasn't her childhood home, but a rented property her family had recently moved into. The discovery of the dollhouse prompted Rebecca to contact law enforcement in a state of distress. Officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a family in turmoil, gathered in the living room, refusing to venture back upstairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their fears as a potential prank or the vivid imagination of a family adjusting to a new environment. What struck Detective Harmon most were the intricate details within the dollhouse. Each miniature figurine captured unique features of the family members: the father's receding hairline, the son's favored hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. As the investigation progressed, forensic teams uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match those of the family. Even more unsettling were the microscopic cameras hidden in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Analysis of the Morgan family's movements revealed a disturbing revelation. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse mirrored not only their recent whereabouts, but also exact postures from various days, suggesting a prolonged period of observation to learn their routines. Detective Harmon realized this went beyond mere stalking. The perpetrator exhibited an intense level of fixation rarely seen in criminal psychology. A concealed basement entrance, discovered behind a false pantry wall, unveiled a makeshift living space where evidence indicated someone had been residing before the Morgans moved in. What perplexed investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Property records disclosed the house had been vacant for almost a year before the Morgans' arrival, previously owned by an elderly couple who had both passed away. Interviews with neighbors provided few leads, except for one elderly woman recalling sporadic lights in the vacant house. A breakthrough in the case came through digital forensics. Surveillance data from the miniature cameras led investigators to a small apartment across town. Inside, they found walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and former residents of the house. Journal entries meticulously chronicled daily activities of each family member. The most chilling discovery was a workshop containing numerous unfinished dollhouses, each representing different homes in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the deceased homeowners. Financial records indicated mounting debts after his parents' deaths, leading him to covertly reside in the house while collecting rent from unknowing tenants. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed, explaining his actions as a means of ensuring respect for his childhood home. The dollhouse served as his control center, symbolizing his surveillance over the property and its inhabitants. Psychological evaluations revealed Wells suffered from a complex delusion of possession, unable to cope with losing his family home. The dollhouse became a symbol of his dominion over both the property and its occupants. The Morgan family never returned to the house, haunted not by the dollhouse itself, but by the realization of being watched and manipulated. Wells faced multiple charges, including stalking, invasion of privacy, and illegal surveillance. The case prompted a reevaluation of real estate disclosure laws to prevent similar incidents. The judge, during sentencing, acknowledged the profound violation the Morgan family endured, emphasizing the invasion of their privacy and security. Criminologists found the case disturbing due to the potential prolonged duration of Wells' undetected activities. Rebecca and her family relocated far away, but she admitted to lingering fears, constantly checking for hidden spaces in their new home. She removed all dollhouses and miniatures, haunted by the thought of being watched and manipulated like a mere plaything. Some days, she confessed, I still feel the unseen gaze, wondering if somewhere, someone is orchestrating my miniature existence in a dollhouse yet to be discovered. Story 16. The worn envelope, its edges tinged yellow, bore a fresh stamp, as if time had forgotten to age it. With cautious hands, the detective unfolded the letter within. A single sheet of paper greeted her, the words typed in haste, dancing across the page in uneven lines. I am sorry for what I did. A chill seemed to linger in the air as she touched the paper, a hint of iron clinging to her senses. It was only when she spotted the faint reddish stain along the bottom that realization struck. This was no ordinary letter. Detective Sarah Morgan swiftly secured the message in an evidence bag, her gloved hands moving with practiced precision. The forensics team confirmed her suspicions. The reddish hue was indeed human blood, a chilling echo from an unsolved homicide case that had long haunted the department. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, a tragic canvas of stab wounds painting her final moments. Her laptop gone, her notes scattered, pointing to a story that may have led to her demise. Despite tireless efforts, the case had grown cold, a puzzle with missing pieces. And now this letter arrived, a haunting whisper addressed simply to Homicide Division. The paper and envelope offered little in the way of clues, fingerprints hidden behind the veil of gloves, but the postmark provided a thread to pull in the dark. Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room, where the walls whispered tales of unsolved mysteries. Crime scene photos, timelines, and suspect profiles adorned the space, each a dead end in the search for justice. She pinned the letter's image at the heart of the board, a silent challenge to the shadows. This changes everything, she murmured to the room. Our killer carries the weight of remorse. Detective James Chen, her stalwart partner, cast a skeptical gaze at the letter. Or perhaps it's a game to them, he offered in return, a twisted dance of deception. The forensics team traced the typewriter's unique marks to a relic of the past, a model lost to time but not to memory. They cast a wide net, reaching out to antique enthusiasts across the land. As the investigation gained momentum, they delved into Rebecca's world, a tapestry of secrets waiting to be unraveled. Her editor painted a portrait of a fearless journalist, unyielding in her pursuit of truth. Latest work, a tangled web of power and deceit, led the detectives down a labyrinth of shadows. Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, once a grieving lover, now a figure of suspicion under the harsh light of truth. She feared she was being followed, he confessed, his eyes clouded with regret. I should have listened, should have protected her. As the pieces fell into place, a second letter emerged, bearing the same blood-stained signature of the first. The message, a cryptic confession of secrets buried deep. She knew too much, it whispered, a ghostly echo of truth. The path wound its way to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where the eldest son, Richard, held court over a kingdom of shadows, a collection of typewriters, a tale spun too neatly. The truth unfurled as microscopic fibers revealed a sinister connection to the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. A dance of deception, a stage set for tragedy. In a hidden chamber, truths long buried came to light, evidence of a plot woven in shadows, a tapestry of lies now torn asunder. The blood spoke its truth, linking past to present in a crimson thread of justice. And in the web of deceit, a bond between Richard and Michael, a pact sealed in whispers and blood. When confronted, the walls of lies crumbled, revealing the heart of darkness within. It was never meant to end this way, the truth spilled from trembling lips. The final act unfolded with a recording, a damning testament to the sins of the past. Richard's voice, clear as a bell, sealing his fate with words of malice. Justice, a slow but steady march towards truth. The trial painted a portrait of guilt, a canvas stained with the brushstrokes of justice. Richard, defiant to the end, a puppet tangled in his own strings of deceit. The jury's verdict, a thunderclap in the stillness of the courtroom. Guilty. As the echoes of justice faded, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's parents, offering no solace but closure in the face of tragedy. The blood-stained letters, relics of a dark chapter in history, now locked away as a reminder that even the most artful crimes leave traces behind. Remorse, a weight that bends even the mightiest of killers. The case of Rebecca Warren, a lesson in shadows and light, in the power of truth to pierce the veil of deception. And as the night whispered its secrets, the old typewriter stood silent witness to the downfall of those who dared to dance with darkness. Story 17, The Enigmatic House. She glided through the entrance, the sunlight filtering through the dust particles suspended in the stagnant air. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its walls shedding layers of paint, its furniture draped in veils of neglect. Each step she took felt like a dance with the past, a journey through a time capsule. Yet amidst the eerie stillness, a peculiar mystery awaited her. Doors, countless doors, scattered throughout the house, yet each one led her back to the same room, the parlor. No matter how she twisted the handles or where she ventured, she always found herself back in the heart of the house. A labyrinth of corridors that seemed to mock her every attempt to escape. And when she turned to retrace her steps, the front door had vanished, leaving her trapped in this enigmatic maze. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body elevated the abandoned Victorian from mere curiosity to a haunting crime scene. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, observing the forensic team moving silently through the dimness like specters. The house had gained a reputation among the locals, a place where compasses spun aimlessly, where whispers of unseen eyes watching lingered in the air. Now it held secrets far more sinister than mere folklore. The initial examination suggests she passed 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely audible in the heavy silence. Asphyxiation appears to be the cause of her demise. Morgan sat in an ancient chair in the parlor, her posture serene, as if awaiting a long-lost visitor. No signs of struggle marred her peaceful countenance, no evidence of a fight for survival. The scene exuded a chilling tranquility that unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. Lind inquired who stumbled upon the body. her partner relayed, a real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers. They entered, spotted her sitting there, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew closer. The house had remained deserted since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years prior. Legal disputes had left the property abandoned, unwanted, a forgotten relic haunted by vandals and thrill-seekers. Morgan Pierce, a young scholar of 26, delved into researching architectural enigmas for her thesis. Described by friends as meticulous and driven, she harbored a fascination for spaces that defied conventional norms. The allure of the abandoned Victorian, notorious for disorienting its visitors, must have been irresistible to her curious mind. Her roommate reported her absence 2 days prior, Lind noted, scanning her notes. Morgan mentioned exploring the house where wanderers lose their way for her studies. Investigations unveiled Morgan's frequent visits to the house in the weeks leading to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled anomalous acoustics, chilling pockets of cold, and doors that defied logic by leading to ever-changing chambers. In her final musings, she referenced bringing specialized tools to capture what she termed spatial anomalies. Yet these tools were nowhere to be found. Autopsy findings unveiled an unexpected twist amid presence of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant linked to shamanic rituals. While the substance could induce disorientation and vivid visions, the dosage detected was insufficient to cause death. She wasn't one to indulge in recreational substances, her boyfriend asserted adamantly. Morgan adhered strictly to her research principles. She wouldn't have jeopardized her perception intentionally. Digital sleuthing unearthed traces of deleted messages on Morgan's phone, correspondences with a kindred spirit sharing her fascination with the house, someone who professed to grasp its enigmatic essence. The exchanges evolved into cryptic revelations, hinting at hidden truths shrouded within the house's walls. The house retains its memories, one message alluded. It yearns for someone to comprehend. The investigation veered towards Adam Reeves, an architectural historian entwined in Morgan's inquiries. His expertise in peculiar spatial phenomena had captivated her, blossoming their professional rapport into a more intimate connection. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely grief-stricken by Morgan's untimely fate. The house carries a legacy, he disclosed. The original designer wove optical illusions and deceptive perspectives into its structure. It was meant to confound and bewilder. Morgan sensed a deeper significance, a truth transcending mere trickery. However, Reeves possessed a solid alibi for the presumed hour of Morgan's passing. Surveillance footage depicted him lecturing at a distant university symposium during the critical time frame. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, Eleanor Blackwood's grandson, residing overseas. Contacted by the investigators, he divulged a family secret veiled for generations. My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to perish within those walls, he confessed. Others followed suit. Each discovered in the parlor, each appearing tranquil. The family termed it the claiming. Presenting aged journals, he unveiled a grim pattern of deaths initially attributed to natural causes, heart failures, strokes. The narrative resonated. Individuals ensnared in the house eventually succumbed to what the family ambiguously deemed the influence. A secondary scouring of the premises unveiled a concealed alcove behind the parlor's hearth. Within, investigators stumbled upon Morgan's missing equipment alongside a cryptic collection, an assortment of artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures meticulously arranged in a geometric formation. At the core rested a sculpted figurine, its features worn smooth by the touch of generations. Analysis linked this effigy to a deity, symbolizing liminal thresholds, boundaries between realms. Traces of the alkaloid matching Morgan's toxicology were detected on these relics. The case took a chilling turn as forensic examinations of the house's dust imprints indicated a mysterious presence during Morgan's final moments. Partial fingerprints, incongruent with Morgan's or any known visitors, adorned doorknobs throughout the residence. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered lifeless in his abode. Mimicking Morgan's eerie repose, he faced the entrance, serene yet marked by the same alkaloid. Clasped in his grasp was a peculiar key, incompatible with any lock in his dwelling, but seamlessly fitting into the concealed enclave within the Victorian. Parting email addressed to himself as if preserving a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't imprison you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct, the doors lead where they always have, yet an illusion of circularity deceives you. Once enlightenment dawns, departure becomes feasible, but by then departure loses its allure. The case lingered open, catalogued as suspicious fatalities under scrutiny. The Victorian, now condemned, remained off limits under official edicts. Yet whispers persisted of phantom lights flickering within on certain nights, of guests who vanished within its walls. Locals murmured of a curse befalling those who unraveled its mysteries too intimately. Others speculated that Morgan and Reeves unearthed a potent, age-old force lurking within the interstices of reality. The veracity shrouded itself akin to an exit amidst a house where all paths circled back to the commencement, an enigma without resolution. Story 18. The aging apartment exhaled a tired sigh as the heating system groaned and the pipes rattled in a familiar symphony of creaks. To her, it was all part of the building's character, nothing out of the ordinary. Or so she convinced herself until that fateful moment when she heard a voice, faint yet unmistakable, weaving its way through the vents like a ghostly whisper on the wind. It wasn't the typical background noise of a neighbor on a call. It was a beckoning, calling her name in hushed tones that sent shivers down her spine. She leaned in, pressing her ear against the cold metal grate, her heart drumming in her chest. A sudden rush of icy air brushed against her cheek, followed by a soft, almost playful voice that seemed to dance on the edge of reality, whispering, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood silently in the heart of the vacant apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover pried open from the wall. Around her, the forensics team moved with precision, capturing every detail with flashes of their cameras. The victim, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace, her absence only noticed when the scent of decay lingered in the air. Officer Patel shared the chilling details from his notepad, recounting Alina's reports of voices carried through the vents, dismissed by the building's management as mere quirks of an old structure. Shaw knelt by the vent, tracing the deep scratch marks etched around its edges with a sense of unease creeping in. The signs were their claw marks born of desperation, a silent plea for escape from within. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a cheerful demeanor and thriving houseplants, had been tormented by unseen forces. Her sister revealed how Alina had spiraled into paranoia, convinced of a presence lurking within the walls, speaking to her through the very vents meant for air circulation. Examining the apartment anew, Shaw noticed the meticulous details: a neatly made bed, an abandoned coffee mug in the sink, a chair strategically placed beneath the vent as if someone had been perched there, listening intently. The forensic analysis unveiled unsettling truths. Fibers from Alina's favorite cardigan entwined in the vent grating, a foreign fingerprint marking the interior of the vent cover. Yet the most haunting discoveries lay within Alina's phone, where recordings captured eerie exchanges between her and an unseen entity, a voice that whispered promises of connection and intimacy. Delving into the building's history unearthed a chilling pattern. Previous tenants had fled, citing phantom noises, hallucinations, and a sense of being watched from unseen eyes. Suspicion fell upon Harold Weber, the enigmatic building superintendent, whose composed demeanor cracked when questioned about the occupants of apartment 4B. A hidden access panel concealed within Alina's bathroom revealed a passage snaking through the walls, a clandestine route to the building's ventilation network. Inside, a trove of belongings hinted at a clandestine observer and interloper lurking within the shadows, listening, watching, and waiting. Weber's meticulously organized files on his computer unveiled a twisted chronicle of voyeurism, with recordings and images documenting his invasive surveillance of Alina and previous tenants. His storage unit yielded further evidence, a macabre collection of mementos from his victims, preserved like relics of a dark obsession. As the truth unraveled, Weber's facade crumbled, his serene demeanor masking a predatory intent that had festered for years. Arrested and stripped of his faide, he spoke of a symbiotic bond with the building, a twisted belief that he was the conduit for its whispers. The trial revealed a chilling portrait of a predator cloaked in normalcy, a man who wove illusions of connection through the walls, preying on the vulnerable and the unsuspecting. Convicted on all charges, Weber's parting words echoed like a haunting refrain, a reminder that the echoes of his deeds would linger long after his confinement. The once bustling apartment building now stands silent, a ghostly echo of its former self. Despite attempts at renewal, the whispers persist, carried on the drafts that slink through the vents, a reminder that some secrets are buried deep within the walls, waiting to be heard by those who dare to listen. Story 19, the motel, was an inexpensive relic of the past, a transient haven for weary travelers seeking respite for just a night. The receptionist handed her the key with a peculiar expression, cautioning her softly, "Avoid the final door on the left." Intrigued, she felt a tug of curiosity stirring within her. That evening, navigating the shadowy corridor, she found herself standing before the forbidden door. The handle sent shivers down her spine, its icy touch sending a chill through her. The door appeared unremarkable, blending seamlessly with its neighbors until she pressed her ear against it. A faint, rhythmic breath echoed from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed blinked away drowsiness as she slipped beneath the yellow tape barring entry to the crime scene. The metallic tang of blood greeted her first, a familiar scent that lingered in the air. The room bore a stark duality, a pristine bathroom, an untouched bed, and in between, the grim tableau of tragedy. A young woman lay sprawled on the floor, her golden locks fanned out like a halo. Her vacant gaze stared upwards, frozen in a silent scream or perhaps an eternal horror. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful not to disturb the evidence markers dotting the scene. "The third one this season," remarked the forensic specialist, his tone devoid of emotion as he meticulously documented the scene. "Same modus operandi as before," Reed nodded solemnly. The victim's attire hinted at a life of luxury, a stark contrast to the seedy motel surroundings. A designer handbag lay open, contents undisturbed. This was no random act of violence. A sinister purpose lurked behind this facade of normalcy. The motel manager lingered anxiously by the doorway, his pallor betraying his distress. "She checked in alone, paid in cash. I never imagined," his voice faltered. The maid discovered her during routine cleaning. Reed surveyed the room once more, noting the absence of forced entry or defensive wounds. The victim had either welcomed her assailant or recognized them, a chilling realization. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photos on the board, connecting the dots between 3 similar cases of women found in nondescript motels. Speculation swirled in the media, hinting at a lurking predator within their midst. "The autopsy results are in," announced Detective Hayes, dropping a file on Reed's desk. "Death by strangulation, no signs of sexual assault or defensive wounds. This is personal." Days blurred as the investigation delved deeper. Surveillance footage yielded no clues, painting a portrait of a victim, Elaine Werner, with no apparent enemies. Her meticulous nature clashed with the randomness of her demise. A breakthrough emerged during an interview with Werner's sister, unraveling a clandestine relationship with a mysterious man from her workplace known only as C. Reed's focus shifted to Werner's office, unearthing a business card belonging to Charles Emerson, a high-ranking executive. Emerson exuded a facade of innocence during questioning, but a glint of unease flickered in his eyes when pressed about his ties to the victim. Forensic analysis eventually linked Emerson to the crime, exposing a web of deceit and betrayal. In the interrogation room, Emerson's veneer cracked, revealing a man driven by fear of exposure and loss. The trial concluded swiftly, condemning him to a lifetime behind bars. As Reed locked eyes with the unrepentant killer, she glimpsed a void where empathy should reside, a chilling absence that lingered long after the case's resolution. Dubbed The Door on the Left case, the saga captivated psychologists and armchair sleuths alike, dissecting the mind of a predator. Yet for Reed, the shadows of that motel corridor haunted her still, a reminder of the darkness that lurks behind seemingly ordinary doors. In the evidence vault, 3 identical keys serve as silent witnesses to a chapter of human depravity, a cautionary tale that some doors, once opened, reveal a darkness that can never be fully contained. Story 20. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten belongings in the dusty attic, a relic of a time long past, left behind by the previous inhabitants of the house. Among the faded Polaroids inside, capturing moments of joy and celebration, one stood out to Rebecca. It depicted a family seated in her very own living room, the familiar furniture and decor unmistakable. Yet these faces were strangers to her. And in the background, a shadowy figure loomed in the dimness, observing with an air of mystery. As Rebecca gazed at the eerie photograph, a shiver ran down her spine, tingling her senses. Her fingers quivered slightly, causing the edges of the picture to tremble in response. The family in the image, frozen in time, smiled innocently at the camera, unaware of the silent presence lurking behind them, a silent harbinger of unseen danger. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca carried the unsettling photo to her kitchen, where the harsh light revealed the uncanny resemblance between her home and the strangers captured in the image. The detective, a man named Morgan, arrived clad in a worn leather jacket that whispered tales of investigations and secrets. His keen eyes scanned the photograph with a practiced precision, delving into its enigmatic depths. With a voice as deep as a distant rumble, Morgan inquired about the previous owners, the Nelsons, probing for any clues that could unravel the mystery. Rebecca, feeling a sense of unease creeping over her, confessed her lack of knowledge about the former occupants. Entrusting the photo to Morgan, she hoped for answers that eluded her grasp. The investigation unfolded quietly, each revelation deepening the enigma. The Nelsons had acquired the house from the Crawfords, who in turn had succeeded the Mornos as residents. Detective Morgan painstakingly traced the history of the property, unearthing a trail of vanished families left in the wake of an enigmatic pattern. A breakthrough emerged unexpectedly when a former mail carrier recognized the family in the photograph as the enigmatic Sutherlands, who had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. The chilling realization dawned that 4 souls had evaporated into thin air, leaving behind no trace of their existence. Forensic analysis dated the photograph to a bygone era, unveiling unsettling details that hinted at a sinister presence lingering within the shadows. Enhanced imaging illuminated the figure in the hallway, revealing a tall, enigmatic man cloaked in darkness, his identity shrouded in mystery. As the investigation delved deeper, a chilling pattern emerged: families vanishing after a year of residence, leaving behind only echoes of their existence. The origins of the house itself yielded a cryptic tale, linking back to Samuel Whitfield, an elusive figure who had vanished under mysterious circumstances. As the investigation uncovered a hidden crawlspace in the attic, a bone-chilling truth emerged from the depths below a chamber of horrors, where the missing families lay in eternal repose, their lives frozen in time. Rebecca, now a mere pawn in a sinister game, sought refuge under police protection, haunted by the ominous presence that lurked in the shadows. The tale of Samuel Whitfield, a phantom from the past, continued to elude authorities, casting a veil of uncertainty over the abandoned house and its dark secrets. As the investigation unfolded, the house stood silent and empty, its windows reflecting only the darkness that shrouded its past. The whispers of the unseen watcher echoed through the corridors, a chilling reminder of the mysteries that lay buried within the walls. And in the depths of the night, a haunting truth lingered: the specter of Samuel Whitfield, a phantom of the past, forever watching, forever waiting. Story 21. In a quaint Victorian-era home, Michael and Sarah Klein embarked on a journey they never anticipated. What began as a simple renovation project turned into a chilling unraveling of secrets buried within the walls. The house, with its high ceilings and ornate woodwork, whispered tales of a bygone era. But as the Kleins peeled back the layers of time, they uncovered a mystery that would haunt them. It all started with a water stain in the master bedroom, a small imperfection on the floral wallpaper that led to a discovery beyond their imagination. Hidden beneath the surface was a name Alina Winters repeated in a frenzy of ink, as if desperate to be remembered. Who was Alina Winters, and why was her name etched into the very essence of the house? Sarah's fingers traced the haunting script, sending shivers down their spines. Their curiosity led them down a path of intrigue and unease. Late nights were spent poring over property records and old newspaper clippings, searching for any trace of Alina Winters. But the more they uncovered, the more questions arose. The missing woman, with her dark hair and piercing eyes, bore a striking resemblance to the previous owner, Margaret Cavendish. A connection that defied logic and sent chills down their spines. As they delved deeper into the mystery, the boundaries between past and present blurred. The house became a vessel of secrets, its walls holding onto a story long forgotten. Forensic teams descended upon the property, unearthing hidden truths that lay dormant for decades. The discovery of Alina Winters' remains beneath the garden soil sent shockwaves through the community, unraveling a tale of obsession and betrayal. Rebecca Eldridge, a troubled soul with a fractured mind, had woven a complex web of identities, each one a reflection of her inner turmoil. Eleanor, Margaret, and Rebecca, all intertwined in a tragic dance of deception and madness. The walls of the house bore witness to a tragedy that spanned generations, a silent confession etched in ink and blood. And as the truth finally came to light, justice was served, albeit 3 decades late. For Michael and Sarah Klein, their dream home became a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface. The house where the walls themselves whispered of a long-forgotten crime, a story that would forever echo in the stillness of the night. Story 22. The flat had sat empty for months, its walls echoing with silence. When the new tenants arrived, their expectations were low, perhaps a layer of dust, some abandoned furniture. But one door remained stubbornly closed, refusing to yield to their curiosity. It was a closet, its secrets locked from within. After much effort, the landlord managed to pry it open, revealing not just forgotten belongings, but something far more unsettling. The interior of the closet was a canvas of desperation, etched with deep, jagged scratches that spoke of a struggle for freedom. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the ways of darkness, felt a shiver race down her spine at the sight. It wasn't the gore or violence that unsettled her, but the sheer intensity of the marks, a silent testimony to someone trapped, fighting against the confines of the small space. "Call forensics immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who was diligently capturing the haunting scratches on camera, "and bring me the records of the previous tenants." The sole message on the ancient flip phone found in the closet simply stated, "I know what you did." The landlord, a man with nervous eyes and clammy hands, nervously recounted that the previous tenant had vanished suddenly, leaving behind unpaid rent. A quiet young woman kept to herself, disappeared about 6 months back, he mumbled, avoiding the closet's gaze. No trouble, never caused a stir. Forensic analysis unveiled a chilling truth hidden within the scratches. The majority of the blood samples matched a single individual, presumably the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old woman reported missing by her workplace. However, 2 DNA profiles stood out, one unidentified, the other belonging to a man supposedly deceased for 2 years. "This doesn't make sense," Shaw muttered, her gaze fixed on the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, a man with a violent past, was supposed to be dead, his identity confirmed through dental records after a fatal car accident. Yet his fresh DNA stained the walls of Emma's closet. Emma's apartment whispered of a life left abruptly interrupted. Unopened mail, a forgotten coffee mug, a neatly made bed, all frozen in time. Phone records revealed a sudden halt in conversations with her sister, replaced by numerous calls from an unknown number in the weeks leading to her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed. No name, just described him as intense and private. Surveillance footage captured a haunting scene, a woman entering the building followed by a shadowy figure in a cap, concealing his face from prying eyes. The pieces began to align when partial fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer were discovered on the closet's doorknob from the inside. He staged his death, Shaw concluded. But why, and what's his connection to Emma? The unidentified DNA sample unraveled another enigma, a missing person case involving Lynette Porter, who had vanished 3 years earlier. Witnesses recalled seeing a woman resembling Lynette visiting Emma's apartment multiple times. Following the trail of evidence, Shaw uncovered a web of deceit and horror. A car linked to Mercer's family was traced to Emma's residence, with footage placing a figure matching Derek's description near the scene. The investigation led them to a secluded property owned by the Mercers, where behind heavy doors in the basement, Lynette Porter was discovered alive but a mere shadow of herself, imprisoned in conditions akin to Emma's closet. "He forced me to witness," Lynette murmured, her eyes vacant with trauma. "Said I had to learn the fate of those who tried to escape." The mounting evidence painted a portrait of Mercer's sick obsession, with controlled journals chronicling his twisted desires, photographs of women resembling Emma and Lynette, and most harrowing of all, video recordings of Emma's harrowing ordeal in the closet. He feared her words could unravel his facade. His voice echoed on the recordings. "No one exposes my truths." The hunt for Derek Mercer spanned regions, his capture heralded by forensic psychologists who unveiled a chilling profile of a man who thrived on inflicting suffering, reveling in the slow erosion of hope within confined spaces. When Mercer was apprehended at a bus terminal, his belongings hinted at sinister intentions: a roll of duct tape, a hunting knife, and a newspaper clipping detailing Emma's disappearance. During interrogation, Mercer exuded a chilling calmness. "She sent that message herself," he claimed, referring to the cryptic text. "She sought to be found, but she didn't deserve rescue." The trial uncovered the intricate web of deceit Mercer had spun to evade justice, culminating in a life sentence without parole. As the judge pronounced his fate, Mercer's faint smile hinted at a twisted satisfaction known only to him. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter faced her tormentor with steely resolve. "He imprisoned us in darkness because that's where his own soul dwells, captive and malevolent. But while he rots in his cell, I'll bask in the light." The case reshaped missing person investigations, emphasizing the importance of scrutinizing relationship dynamics and rental properties. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door from Emma's apartment as a haunting reminder that true horror isn't always splattered in blood, but etched into the desperate marks of survival. Story 23: The Realtor's Secret. The listing from the realtor made no mention of a basement. The blueprints showed no sign of it. Yet, as the family peeled back the old carpet, they uncovered a hidden door beneath, its handle rusted and heavy. It took the strength of 3 to pry it open, releasing a rush of stale air thick with the scent of damp earth. Descending the steps into darkness, they expected storage, but found instead a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb. And on the wall behind it, a chilling row of photographs, images captured from within the confines of their own home. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban property during the harsh winter, where darkness crept early and skeletal trees loomed against the cold sky. The aging 2-story house, with its worn siding and creaking floors, had drawn them in with its supposed character and history. Little had they known of the deep, unsettling history the house harbored, and how violently it would collide with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, the crime scene already secured by yellow tape fluttering in the wind. Mrs. Mercer's voice quivered as she recounted the horrors found beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else ventures down there," Connors directed, slipping on latex gloves with ease. Camera flashes illuminated the stairwell as the forensics team worked diligently to capture the eerie scene. The wooden steps groaned underfoot as they descended into the small basement, resembling a standard bedroom with concrete walls painted a dismal gray. In the center stood a lone chair, bolted to the floor, beneath a harshly lit bulb casting shadows that danced in the stillness. Yet it was the line of photographs that held the most chilling revelation, 37 images meticulously arranged, each depicting the Mercer family in their most intimate moments. As the investigation unfolded, it revealed no signs of forced entry, no stolen items, only a blatant invasion of privacy that left the family's sense of security shattered. Fingerprints scattered throughout the basement belonged to previous owners of the property, each having resided there for a brief period before moving on, unaware of the hidden depths within the house. Interviewing every past owner, Connors uncovered a disturbing pattern. The contractor who had renovated the house years ago vehemently denied the existence of the basement room, claiming it was void of such a space. However, a memory card found concealed in the light fixture held hundreds more incriminating images, not just of the Mercers, but of every family that had dwelled within those walls. The investigation took a darker turn when audio files were unearthed from a hidden box in the basement, capturing conversations from various rooms in the house. Despite an extensive search, no hidden microphones were discovered, prompting Connors to order a thorough inspection of every wall and crevice in the house. Behind the wall of haunting photographs, investigators stumbled upon a secret passage leading to a monitoring station equipped with cameras, a laptop, and a journal brimming with detailed observations about each family. The handwriting matched that of Edward Kelvin, the original builder of the property, who had mysteriously vanished during the construction. His final entries hinted at a sinister plan, culminating in the chilling statement, "The next family arrives tomorrow." A manhunt ensued, culminating in the discovery of Edward Kelvin hidden within the walls of the house he had designed. His skeletal form illuminated by flashlight beams, Kelvin spoke of the families as mere players in his private drama, insisting they had willingly become part of his world. A psychological evaluation revealed severe delusions, painting Kelvin as a guardian rather than an intruder. The Mercer family, like those before them, fled the property, leaving behind a house that had been designed as a prison of voyeurism. Kelvin's trial showcased the extent of his surveillance network, revealing a house built to watch, document, and control the lives of its residents without their knowledge. As the property was razed to the ground and the family scattered, a lingering unease remained, a feeling that they were never truly alone, that unseen eyes had watched them from the shadows within the very walls they had trusted to protect them. In quiet moments they found themselves gazing at air vents, light fixtures, and corners, wondering if the specter of Edward Kelvin still lingered, forever haunting the memories of those who had unknowingly shared his twisted reality. Story 24. The aged apartment held secrets within its walls. Pipes murmured, floorboards whispered stories of the past. But the new tenant, a woman of quiet resolve, sensed a presence beyond the ordinary. The footsteps, distinct and purposeful, echoed from above, a slow cadence that defied explanation. Yet she dwelled on the highest floor, isolated from the world below. One fateful night, emboldened by curiosity, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased, swallowed by the silence that enveloped her. Then a solitary knock reverberated from within the very ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman, the tenant, chose to keep the peculiar incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the building, or perhaps a small creature seeking refuge in the attic's shadows. As the nights unfolded, the footsteps persisted, a haunting rhythm traversing her ceiling in the shroud of darkness. Sarah adapted, cranking up the volume of her television, burying herself in headphones, anything to drown out the unsettling footfalls that traced invisible paths above her. Detective Morris was drawn into the enigma when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. Removing a section of drywall in the hallway adjacent to Sarah's apartment to mend a leak, the worker unveiled a clandestine passage unaccounted for in the building's blueprints. Within this hidden realm, a makeshift living space emerged: discarded wrappers, empty bottles, a stained blanket, and a weathered notebook. Summoned by the building superintendent, Detective Morris and his partner, Detective Rivera, arrived to a scene of palpable unease. The maintenance worker, his complexion pallid, stammered of an elusive presence dwelling within the walls, watching, waiting. The notebook chronicled meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman's daily life, her routines, her interactions, her very essence. Yet as the entries progressed, the once methodical script devolved into a chaotic sprawl of symbols and cryptic phrases. "The subject resists my influence," the final entry lamented. "She defies me. None can ignore me." Forensic experts delved into the hidden passages, unearthing fingerprints that eluded identification in any database. A labyrinth of clandestine corridors was unveiled, weaving through the building's structure, connecting disparate apartments to observation points that converged solely upon Sarah Coleman's domain. Interviews with current residents unveiled a veil of normalcy, a facade shielding the truth. Former inhabitants, however, recounted tales of unease, of unseen eyes, and inexplicable disturbances. One tenant had fled after a mere fortnight, haunted by a presence that defied explanation, their voices silenced by fear of sounding deluded. The pivotal breakthrough arose with the discovery of microscopic blood traces in one of the concealed chambers. DNA analysis linked the genetic material to Martin Weaver, a former tenant who had vanished without a trace years prior. His disappearance, obscured by time, had now found a chilling connection to Sarah's enigmatic plight. Revisiting Martin's enigma, Detective Morris unveiled a pattern of peculiar behavior. Martin's grievances against a reclusive neighbor, Edward, and his subsequent disappearance hinted at a malevolent force lurking within the walls. Edward, a transient figure with a history of evasive movements, stood at the heart of the riddle. A trail of breadcrumbs led investigators to a remote cabin owned by Edward, a construction worker with an intimate knowledge of building structures. Within its confines lay a macabre tableau: photographs of unsuspecting residents, intricate schematics of ventilation systems, and journals detailing the care of his specimens. The corkboard bore witness to missing persons reports, a grim tally of lives snuffed out. Behind the cabin's veil of normalcy lay a dark secret of burial ground, a testament to Edward's sinister machinations. Each unearthed grave whispered of lives extinguished in silence, a grim testament to his depravity. As forensic teams toiled to unravel the identities of the fallen, Detective Morris returned to Sarah's dwelling. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, whispers of the past lingered in the shadows. A lone discovery of a fresh notebook concealed in the hallway's crevice hinted at a sinister truth. The chilling message it bore spoke of a new lair, hidden from prying eyes, evading detection. As officers raced to safeguard Sarah, they found her abode deserted. Her belongings lingered, a ghostly echo of her presence. In the bathroom, a cryptic message etched in steam beckoned, "Look up." The ceiling panel, pried open, revealed a void, a passage leading into darkness, a portal to an unknown realm. The manhunt for Edward, now unmasked as Edward Mercer, a phantom of the shadows, raged on. His legacy of terror echoed across state lines, a web of deceit and concealment that ensnared the innocent. Detective Morris, haunted by the specter of Sarah's plight, pondered the unseen dangers that lurked above, beyond the veil of perception. In the stillness of night, a whisper of footsteps echoed in his mind, a reminder of the darkness that dwells within the walls of the ordinary. And as he gazed upward, listening to the silence that enveloped him, he wondered whose eyes watched from the shadows, whose breath stirred in the night's embrace. Story 25. The gentle current meandered lazily that quiet morning, the water reflecting the soft hues of dawn like a mirror. The fisherman, his boat drifting silently, almost missed the sight of a lone suitcase bobbing near the tranquil shore. At first glance, it seemed like a discarded heap of old garments forgotten by the passing tide. But as he approached, the pungent odor wafted towards him, thick, cloying, a scent that whispered of secrets. The suitcase was adorned with chains, its corners kissed by rust from exposure to the elements. When the authorities pried it open, it was not clothes that greeted them, but a macabre discovery. Within the confines of the case lay strands of hair, fingers frozen in a final grasp of despair, and at the very bottom a chilling note whispered, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer, shrouded in a veil of mystery, delicately pressed a handkerchief to her nose as she surveyed the somber scene. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s, her once dark hair now matted from the water's embrace, her pale skin marred by the touch of the river. The meticulous medical examiner meticulously documented every detail, a silent witness to the tragedy that unfolded. It wasn't the brutal disposal method that struck Mercer the most, but the eerie care taken in presenting the victim manicured nails, freshly styled hair, adorned in luxurious attire. "She was not meant for this place," Mercer murmured, her gaze fixed on the gentle lapping of the water against the muddy banks. She was meticulously prepared, a dark exhibition. The victim was soon identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her expertise in selling exquisite properties. Divorced, childless, she dwelled in solitude within an upscale neighborhood. Her colleagues painted a portrait of a woman driven by ambition, a seeker of perfection in every detail. Her absence was noted when she failed to attend a crucial showing, a deal that promised to be her largest commission yet. As investigators combed through Walsh's immaculate modernist abode, a sense of unease lingered in the air. Every facet of her home exuded a pristine perfection, almost unnaturally so. Designer furniture stood poised in flawless arrangement, not a speck of dust dared to settle. Even the contents of her refrigerator were meticulously labeled and organized, a reflection of her orderly existence. However, a subtle irregularity caught their attention in her home office, a slightly ajar drawer revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry sent shivers down their spines. "He watches once more. Same car, different plates." Delving into Walsh's digital footprint unveiled a cryptic pattern in her emails, mysterious messages from unknown senders, all bearing the ominous phrase, "I see your perfection," dispatched at the same precise moment on various days. Her online searches hinted at a growing sense of unease, a quest for security measures and self-defense tools. Mercer, connecting the dots with a keen eye, shared her insight with her partner. "Our perpetrator is methodical," she whispered. "This was not a crime of passion, it was a carefully orchestrated ritual." A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source. A local pawn shop owner recognized Walsh's distinct emerald necklace among the pawned items. The culprit was revealed to be Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker with a penchant for silence. Surveillance footage depicted Lyndon's clandestine visits to Walsh's residence, sometimes with his maintenance cart in tow, other times slipping in unnoticed. His visits aligned with moments when she was absent, showcasing a chilling pattern. Upon scouring Lyndon's modest abode, a chilling tableau emerged. Photographs of Walsh and other women adorned the walls, their likenesses eerily similar, captured without their knowledge. Some images were ruthlessly crossed out in red ink. Walsh was but one of the victims. Hidden behind a covert wall within his closet lay a shrine of possessions belonging to each woman, a lock of hair, stained tissues, keys, meticulously chronicled in small notebooks detailing their lives. The interrogation room turned icy as Lyndon was brought in for questioning. His demeanor remained eerily composed, his pristine appearance belying the horrors he had orchestrated. They were flawed, he finally intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. They paraded as flawless, but I saw through the facade. Catherine's desk drawer was always in disarray. She missed a spot with her lipstick. Her perfection was a deception. The search for the two preceding victims mentioned in his note unraveled in desolate locales, where two more suitcases surfaced, each concealing women akin to Walsh real estate agents fixated on projecting an image of perfection. Throughout the trial, Lyndon sat impassively, his visage a mask of indifference as the prosecution laid bare his meticulous methods. Months of stalking, infiltrating their lives, and ultimately correcting what he perceived as their imperfections before extinguishing their existence. As the judge pronounced a sentence of life imprisonment without chance of parole, the families of the victims watched in solemn silence. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially sealed, yet enigmatic shadows lingered in the periphery. What twisted impulse had propelled Lyndon to fixate on these particular women? What shadows from his past had driven him to seek absolution through such macabre acts? Down the river, where the water whispered secrets to the night, the evidence dissolved into the depths. Yet within the precinct, upon Mercer's desk, lay replicas of those haunting notebooks, a stark reminder that beneath the facade of ordinary lives, darkness lurked in the shadows. And perhaps the deadliest predators were those cloaked in the guise of normalcy, biding their time, awaiting the revelation of a single flaw. Story 26. The worn wooden plank shifted ever so slightly beneath her weight, catching her attention with a soft creak. Intrigued, she knelt down, her fingers tracing the edges of the loose board, sensing the hidden depth beneath the surface. The floor whispered secrets of a concealed chamber, urging her to uncover its mysteries. With delicate precision, she lifted the boards, revealing a shadowy void beneath the foundation of her new home. A realm of darkness awaited, shrouded in cobwebs and dust. Yet amidst the obscurity there lay a mattress, a solitary chair, and a weathered notebook tucked in the corner, its pages filled with a haunting repetition of her own name. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, observing the profound unease in her eyes as they peered into the abyss beneath the cottage. It was more than just a hidden room that Sarah had stumbled upon. It was a violation of her sanctuary, an intrusion of malevolence into the sanctuary she had hoped would provide solace. "Be cautious, don't disturb anything," Detective Reed's voice resonated calmly but firmly in the dim space. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing walls adorned with surveillance photographs capturing Sarah's every move, walking to her car, entering buildings, conversing with friends. A mosaic of obsession meticulously curated right beneath her unsuspecting feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of an elderly recluse named Walter Green, a man who had departed this world without leaving a trace of kin. The property had stood vacant for months before Sarah's arrival, the allure of its quaint charm beckoning her to start anew. No mention of the hidden chamber had surfaced during inspections or the sale process. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah murmured softly. "The neighbors claimed he kept to himself. I was told the basement was sealed off long ago. That's what the inspection report stated." The arrival of crime scene investigators added a somber weight to the air, their equipment clattering against the wooden floors as they began their meticulous documentation. The mattress, chair, and notebook were carefully extracted from the clandestine chamber, each item a piece of the enigmatic puzzle left behind by Walter Green. Forensic analysis unveiled a plethora of fingerprints belonging solely to Walter, scattered throughout the hidden room. What sent a shiver down the investigators' spines was the timeline they reconstructed. Walter had been surveilling Sarah for a span of at least 3 years before his passing. He had woven himself into her daily life, a ghostly presence she had never perceived. This fixation often escalates, the department psychologist expounded during a debriefing. It evolves from fantasy to methodical planning. The hidden room suggests a sinister intent lurking within his obsession. Detective Reed's inquiries took a serpentine turn when she delved into Walter's past, uncovering a nervous former coworker from his days in the maintenance department at the local shopping center. Fiddling with his wedding band, the man hesitantly confessed. Walter spoke of her occasionally. He claimed she reminded him of someone. "I assumed it was harmless infatuation, never imagining." Did he ever allude to any intentions involving her? Reed probed further. Not explicitly, but he had this phrase he would repeat: "She belongs with me." I dismissed it as mere rambling, the former coworker divulged, his gaze fixed on his intertwined hands. Securing a warrant to examine Walter's workplace locker yielded a peculiar key that unlocked a storage unit registered under his name. The metallic door groaned open, revealing an eerie replica of Sarah's former apartment furniture, meticulously arranged to mirror her living space, a haunting echo of her existence. A mannequin sat at a desk, adorned with a wig identical to Sarah's hairstyle, its gaze fixed on a calendar marked with a crimson circle around a date just 1 week after Walter's demise. The word "together" was scrawled across the ominous date. Further investigations unraveled Walter's troubled history, his institutionalization in youth due to an infatuation with a teacher, his diagnosis of erotomania, a fixation on a false belief of reciprocal love. Decades of uneventful existence shattered when Sarah unknowingly triggered his dormant obsession. Spread across the conference table at the police station, crime scene photographs painted a haunting portrait of Walter's delusions. In his mind, he perished convinced of a special bond with her, a destiny intertwined, Reed recounted somberly. Could she have encountered him unknowingly, sparking his fixation? A fellow detective pondered. Reed shook her head. There's no evidence to suggest such an encounter. Sometimes these fixations thrive on the most fleeting of interactions. A passing glance, a fleeting smile enough to fuel an obsession. Sarah made the difficult decision to part ways with the cottage, selling it to sever the ties to Walter's haunting legacy. During the final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood in the living room, a shiver coursing through her. "I can't help but wonder what might have unfolded if he hadn't passed when he did," she murmured. "How long would I have dwelled here, oblivious to his watchful eyes, ignorant of the secrets hidden beneath my feet?" The case was officially closed posthumously for Walter, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, even though the abduction never transpired. Sarah relocated, adopting new routines, shielding her personal life with heightened vigilance. Detective Reed occasionally checked in on her, an unspoken acknowledgement of the perilous precipice Sarah had skirted, a brush with a fate too close for comfort. The cottage found new owners in a young couple, unaware of the shadows that lingered in its depths. The hidden room was sealed off, the floorboards replaced, life flowing onward. Yet for those privy to the clandestine chamber's chilling tale, it stood as a poignant reminder of the unseen perils that prowl in the shadows, of phantoms who slip away unapprehended, and of victims who narrowly evade their own tragic denouements. Story 27. In the dim light of her bathroom, she swiped away the mist on the mirror, expecting to see only her reflection staring back. But as her gaze lingered, a subtle sense of unease crept in. Everything seemed in its place, her face, her clothes, all as it should be. Yet a fleeting movement caught in the corner of her eye unsettled her. A flicker, a shadow that didn't quite belong. Turning away, she sensed a lingering presence in the mirror, a stillness that watched her, not her own reflection, but an eerie mimicry. And so began the enigmatic tale of Rebecca Thorne, shrouded in mystery and intrigue that would bewilder investigators and haunt a community for years to come. Rebecca led a solitary life in a modest apartment nestled in a tranquil suburban enclave. Known to be meticulous and reserved, she kept to herself while maintaining a polite distance from her neighbors. A data analyst by profession, her days were structured by routine and precision, offering no hint that she would become the focal point of a perplexing criminal enigma. The first signs of disturbance were subtle, a rearrangement of small items in her home, insignificant in themselves. A coffee mug shifted, books realigned, a toothbrush out of place. Initially brushing off these anomalies as mere lapses in memory, Rebecca attributed them to her long hours spent engrossed in work, staring at screens until reality blurred. Detective Marion Shaw's involvement was sparked when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these peculiar occurrences, finally reached out to the authorities. The initial evaluation yielded no concrete evidence of criminal activity, suggesting a potential concern for mental health rather than law enforcement. Documented but deemed low priority, Rebecca's disquieting experiences were cataloged among a stack of other cases that lacked urgency. There was nothing tangible, Shaw later recounted. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman plagued by a sense of unease within her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident in the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca recounted the chilling episode in vivid detail, the disquieting sensation of her reflection moving independently, a pervasive feeling of being surveilled even in solitude. This time there was tangible proof. Surveillance footage captured by a camera she had installed, trained on her front door. The playback revealed a disturbing reality that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned officers. The video unveiled Rebecca leaving for work, only to witness an exact replica of herself using a key to access her apartment 20 minutes later. Forensic scrutiny of the footage unveiled no signs of manipulation or tampering. The intruder moved with precision, dressed identically, even carrying Rebecca's distinctive leather bag. However, concurrent timestamps from her workplace security system placed Rebecca miles away at her office. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw disclosed to her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Miss Thorne and can imitate her with unsettling accuracy." As the investigation deepened, Fingerprints littered around the apartment exclusively matched Rebecca's, devoid of any foreign DNA. Neighbors reported no unusual sightings, only the familiar sight of Rebecca coming and going as usual. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, mentioned a peculiar encounter where Rebecca had failed to acknowledge her greeting upon returning home, an anomaly that raised eyebrows but not alarm bells. Rebecca commenced documenting these disturbances in a journal, noting the escalating alterations within her living space. Minor shifts multiplied, food vanishing from the refrigerator, inexplicable searches on her computer, and unsettling discoveries of selfies on her phone, bearing her likeness but devoid of her memory. Some images depicted a subtly distorted version of herself, a smile too wide, eyes too intense. "I feel as though I'm teetering on the brink of madness," she confided to Detective Shaw during their subsequent meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating a facade to drive me to the edge." Breakthrough arrived when a pattern emerged from the surveillance footage. The doppelganger only intruded during Rebecca's absence for specific pre-planned engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, deliberate incursions synchronized with her predictable schedule. "An individual well-versed in your routines," Shaw articulated. "This isn't random, it's targeted surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist postulated a theory of fixation, a psychological obsession with assuming Rebecca's identity, living her life, potentially aiming to supplant her entirely. While rare, such cases were documented in the annals of psychological studies. The perpetrator, typically undergoing a mental breakdown, fixated on a victim embodying qualities they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation honed in on a former colleague of Rebecca's, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had shared a close workspace with Rebecca, often remarking on their shared traits. Following her dismissal, she dispatched a series of disquieting emails to Rebecca, suggesting an eerie kinship. "We could be interchangeable," one correspondence alluded. "At times, I feel more like you than you do." Securing a warrant to search Lily's abode led to a chilling revelation that escalated the case from disconcerting to nightmarish. One chamber in Lily's dwelling had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom, adorned with a myriad of photographs capturing Rebecca's daily routines, entering her apartment, shopping, socializing, taken surreptitiously. The closet harbored replicas of Rebecca's attire, alongside makeup brands she favored, accompanied by meticulous notes detailing her mannerisms, speech nuances, and daily rituals. Most unsettling were the practice videos depicting Lily mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions. The evolution was evident: initial attempts awkward and conspicuous, later iterations nearly indistinguishable from the authentic Rebecca. "She aspired to assume my identity," Rebecca murmured upon viewing the evidence, "not merely imitating but obliterating me." Forensic examiners unearthed sophisticated apparatus for replicating keys and cloning electronic access cards. Lily had orchestrated an intricate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, including a meticulously plotted calendar forecasting her activities. Elusive was Lily's ultimate motive. Journals discovered in her residence contained disjointed entries vacillating between first and third person, oscillating between references to Rebecca as me and her in the same passage. The chilling climax materialized in the final entry: "Soon, only one shall prevail. The stronger version shall endure." Upon authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished without a trace. Signs of a hasty escape littered her vacated abode, drawers ajar, select technology missing. A nationwide alert was disseminated. Rebecca was ushered into protective custody, relocated to a secure hideaway under constant surveillance. For 3 weeks, every locale associated with her former life was under vigilant watch. Lily remained elusive. The saga took a disquieting twist when a security guard at Rebecca's previous workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca had been sighted entering the premises despite her absence on leave. Video evidence confirmed a figure indistinguishable from Rebecca utilizing a valid ID card to access the building, proceeding to her erstwhile desk, scouring through files for 40 minutes before departing. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained sequestered in a guarded sanctuary, rendering her presence at the office implausible. The chilling realization dawned Lily hadn't fled, she had executed her gambit. Assuming Rebecca's identity, she seamlessly slipped into her existence while the genuine Rebecca remained concealed. The case lingered in limbo, unresolved. Lily Winters eluded capture, and Rebecca Thorne opted to forge a new identity in an undisclosed haven, disavowing her former life. Detective Shaw preserves a photograph on her desk, a striking resemblance between two women. Is Rebecca Thorne the other Lily Winters? Occasionally she scrutinizes their countenances, seeking nuances that would differentiate one from the other. The true terror Shaw imparts to fledgling detectives lies not in resembling someone or sounding akin to them. It's in aspiring to emulate them so fervently that one erases their own essence in the pursuit. Identity transcends mere appearance, it's the core we safeguard most zealously. At times, we grasp its worth only when threatened with its theft.